Yay! Let me know if you can hear me. Hi, Stacy. Can you hear me? Awesome. Okay. Hey, 007. Hi, Felicia. Oh my gosh, you guys. Can you guys hear me okay? Hey, you guys. All right. Well, I hope everyone is doing well. Yes, Felicia makes awesome coasters. Well, while we're waiting for everybody, I thought what we would do is maybe make some soap. But I thought I'd let you guys pick out the colors and fragrance and stuff. I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Took a couple of tries to get YouTube to find my camera, but I think we got it sorted out. Can you see the screen and everything? Awesome. Okay. Okay, so I guess we got the technical difficulties fixed. Everything except for me forgetting to get the soap mold, so I should go do that. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it looks like, is it a still shot? Like, can you see my hand? Okay. Okay, good. Yeah, it's a still image because it's not moving. I'm going to move this out of the way. All right, I got a mold. So there's a mold. What do you guys want to make? I have the oils already prepared, but I was thinking like we could pick colors and fragrances and see what you guys wanted to do. Want to start with maybe colors? Soap. Yes, we'll make soap. I don't have a soap color, but I have colors to put in soaps. Yes. Yeah, go ahead and put in your colors that you have in mind. I have I think I have every like all the basic and secondary colors. I have pretty much everything. And then I have different shades of all those colors. So pretty much anything. Um and I have neons as well. And of course I got like black and white, and then I have a few different clays. Teal, I have teal. A light blue, I've got light blue. Let me take a look here. So and I can make any color light. I can add white to it and it'll lighten it. So if there's like a teal and lavender, I have a lavender. So I'll get this out of the way. Here is one of the teals. Hopefully that shows up teal on the screen. I think on screen on my screen that looks a little bit more blue than it really is. This has a definitely has a green tint. Here's a couple different blues. Let me grab the other colors. I have a couple more teals. Okay, let's see. In fact, I was just lamenting the other day that I didn't make very many teal soaps this month. I happen to like how teal looks mixed with other colors. So let's see here. All right. Here's another. This is another like an. It's almost a teal. It's like an oceany blue. It has like teal highlights in it. It's hard to explain. Let's see. That's silver. Yeah, teal and lavender. All right. This is another shade of blue. And here's the teal I was thinking of. So there's this one. So this is more of a green hue blue, and this is a more blue hued, or excuse me, a green hued teal and a blue hued teal. And then this one is like a blue, but it has like reflections of teal. It shows up differently in the soap, but um, but it still looks pretty teal. Let's see here. And you were thinking purple. Oh, here's another different shade of blue. They look kind of subtle on camera. In real life, in the soap, though, they are definitely very distinct. Okay, here's a purple. So I'll move these down a little bit. So here is one of the purples, and to make it lavender, I would just lighten it. So and then here is another purple. So you can see how maybe it doesn't. Wow, on my screen these look really. Everything looks blue. Does it all look blue to you guys? Yes, I turn slow mode on because otherwise what happens is the chat goes by so fast that I won't be able to read it because I don't have somebody here to read chat for me. Um but these two, so this is more of a like a bluish hued purple, and this one is has more like red or pink tones in it. So what I'll do is to make the lavender, I could mix that with a little bit of white. Yeah, I do have a very those are all yeah, I do have one more. Let me grab it. It's not in a bag though. It's in a. Well, actually, maybe it is in a bag. Yeah. I keep them either in bags or in containers, and then as they like, if the container gets empty, I refill it with the bags because it goes through so much of it. Let me see if I have any left. I had a large custom order that used all my purple of the other shade of purple. Here it is. So this is the other purple, and I mean the problem is on the screen when I look at it, these look very blue to me. But I assure you, in real life, these are extremely purple. Like these are very distinct colors in real life. In real life it shows. So um I know like on the screen these all look almost the same, but in real life, like this, like these two next to each other, this almost looks green, but it's a teal. And then like these three all look like different shades of teal. These are all different shades of blue, and these are different shades of purple. Like this is a um let's see, this one in the middle here is a very very like bold purple. When I take photos of these to put up in the shop, it'll be very clear what the colors are. I think the reason the colors look so off right now is because I'm using a different camera. I can't use my phone camera until I have 1,000 subscribers. So, oh, you know what? Let me check something. Did that help? There was like a little. No, actually, that wasn't even covering the camera. Never mind. Um, I'm gonna try. Maybe if I put something. No, it doesn't really help. Um, if I can use my phone camera, it picks up the colors much better. Like when I make the soap, um, for my videos, you can clearly tell that these are like purples and blues and teals. But on this camera, for some reason, it doesn't pick it up. I'm just reading chat here to see what you guys are suggesting. Yeah, I'm looking for a soap I can use as a reference. Um, one sec here. Okay, so let me show you this. If you guys saw my video of the soap I made that was white that had the purple like colors going through it, see? That's the soap. But see how it looks not really purple on screen? So I think it's just the camera for some reason. But once I'm able to use my phone instead of this camera, then that'll solve the color problem. Thank you, Felicia. Hi, Christina. Hi, Helena. Teal and pink. Yeah, we can do a teal and pink. Let me see if I can find a pink that'll really show up on camera. Let's see. Does that look pink to you guys? That looks pink to me. Okay, we got some people agreeing with teal and pink. Okay. Hey, Teresa. How are the babies? Do I get to babysit them this year? This is neon pink. Aw, spoiled rotten. Good to hear. Okay. Yeah, so that's a neon pink, and this is the other pink. It's more of a like a muted fuchsia. Less neon. Anything I use, I can change these colors. So I can mix these two colors to kind of tame down that neon a little bit, or um, I can add a white to the other pink to lighten it up and make it more like a pastel. Do you want me to mix the two maybe and get like a in between pink shade? That might be a fun experiment. Yeah, let's mix. So here's a little mix pot. And I need to go grab the oil. I will be right back. So I'm going to take my microphone off. Sorry for any noise this causes. I'll be right back. All right. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, it'll be neat to see how this turns out. It always looks different in soap than it does in real life typically. All right, so let's try to get this on the camera. We'll get a little bit of this. And for the teal and pink together, do you want there to be like a base color, like a white soap that has like maybe teal and pink swirled through it? Or do you want just teal and just pink swirled together? Aw, hi to the kitty cat. The question was whether you wanted the soap to just be teal and pink swirled together, or did you want a base color, like a white soap that has pink and teal swirls? I decide. Well, the fun of it is having you guys pick the color and see what monstrosity we can create. White with pink and teal? Okay. Swirls? Yep, yep. All right. Here's that. Then we'll get some of this neon. We'll mix this together. And this is going to look different dry here, just mixed together. That when we add the oils or add it to the oils, it will brighten up a lot. There we go. So that looks a lot less neon. So that's good. Stacy, were you the one who asked me to make the lighthouse soap? Hi, Patricia. Okay, I am going to be making that one, but I have already started it, but the video won't be up for a little bit. So I didn't forget. It's just going to be one of those soaps that takes a little bit longer to make than the others. So you will see it hopefully in a few weeks. Okay, and then for the teal, let me see. I'm gonna move these out of the way. Move the purples. All right, so for the teals, let's see. These are the teals. I think this one, because of the greenish tones in the teal, would probably stand out more against the pink. The other two are more blue tone teals. So it depends on if you want the colors to be like more in opposition to each other, or if you want them to kind of, flow together like more closely. If that, I don't know if that makes sense. The greenest one, okay. Hey, swivel soaps. That is something I should look into. I bet there is a way to make a swivel soap. No shame in that. All right, so I'm going to set this one aside. All right, I'll put some of this teal. Ding, ding, ding. If it's possible, I will do it. I can certainly try. All right. And now I just need the white. Oh, and do you guys want any kind of glitter on top or shiny stuff, gold stuff on top? Or do you just want the top plain? Fat fingers, tiny phone. I definitely feel that one. Glitter, okay. I will get out my glitters and we can pick something. Also, 007, I noticed you've been commenting on my videos, and when I go to respond to you, YouTube will not let me actually see your comments. Like, I can't actually reply to them, and I don't know why. I even subscribed to you and did everything thinking maybe YouTube thought, I don't know what it thought, but I tried everything, and it won't let me respond to any of your comments. So I swear I'm not ignoring you, but for whatever reason, YouTube just doesn't want me to respond to your comments. So I apologize for that. It doesn't even show them to me on my videos. It'll give me a notification that you responded or that that you left a comment. And then when I go to the comment to reply to you, it just doesn't let me. When in doubt, add glitter. Absolutely. Shadow band. How do you get that fixed? Because maybe I could write a letter to YouTube and be like, look, you're making me look bad over here. All right, let me get the glitters. Well, it's a biggie to me. I don't want all you lovely people being banned from me replying to you. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, I must have taken my glitters out. Oh, here they are. Yes, I took them out so I would have them. Okay, so the glitters I'm using, These are all biodegradable, so um, anything we put on here is gonna be fine. This is like a shimmery, kind of like a shimmery white. This is a gold holographic. And let's see. I had a couple others that I took out. Hmm. Oh, they're right here. Right where I left them. All right. This is a silver holographic. And this is the gold. That makes that, I use that quite a bit. That's the one you usually see me use. Yeah, I went to the um like the held for review and I tried that. Um I tried removing all like the blocked words. Like I I get those bots sometimes. So I put stuff in there to block the bots, but I removed all that and still when she replies it doesn't let me. I'll just write to YouTube and find out what's going on. Silver? Looks like we got to vote for the silver. So this is the silver holographic one. It's really pretty. Another vote for silver. Okay. The joke of the day. Now that's not my job on my channel. My channel is all dead serious and no goofing off whatsoever. What are you talking about? Joke of the day. Okay. Well, I'd have to think. You see, I'm not in the think of a joke of the day mode. Hmm. I'm just grabbing a couple of the supplies we need, or tools, I mean. Very nice, because he saw the salad dressing. Yes, get your pet standard. Yeah, Christina, I have that trouble too. I subscribe to a lot of channels and um I either won't get notifications or I'll go to their channel later and find out that I was unsubscribed somehow. I don't know. I think YouTube is just glitchy. Um I'm not sure how you I was just going to Google it like how do you email YouTube and that's how I was going to do it. All right, so I've got these are some spatulas that I use to clean out like the containers, get the soap out of the containers. Um and also to clean off the what is this thing called? The stick blender in between uses, in between the colors. I'm just going to plug this in. Yeah, customer service. I mean, they're so big. Um, I just kind of wonder. Hi, Shauna. Welcome aboard. You're not too late. We were just picking colors. I think they went with silver glitter on top. Oh, we didn't pick a fragrance. That's what we didn't do. What kind of fragrance do you guys want to try? We can go with like a type of fragrance, like a floral or a fruit or something like that. Ocean scent. Oh, the TV soap. Yeah, let me see if I still have enough of that left. That one is Star Showers. It smells magical. Let me see. Yeah, I think we have enough of that one. Yeah, it looks like there's enough of that one. This is it. Star Showers. That one does, 007, that one does actually have like a floral component to it. It's really nice. And it's definitely has a very fresh scent. Yeah, spa like. I think the nice thing about the Star Showers is it kind of hits all the notes. It does have florals. It definitely smells very clean and fresh. It's not overpowering. Um, I should just use this and everything, really, and just call it something different every time. Because it matches so many different things. Okay, so let's do that one. That sounds like it's matching what everybody wants as far as types of fragrance. I'm going to use a different stick blender because my other one is dirty. I have to wash it. And I'm going to put all this stuff away before we get started, just so that it doesn't interfere with what we're doing. And by put it away, I mean cram it all into one box and force it to close. Someday I want like a nice like set of shelves that will where I can set everything up and line it up all neatly and whatever, but that's a project for another day. All right. Yeah. Well, thank you, Stacy. I know that fragrance, it's hard to describe. I mean, Shauna understands the struggle. This smells nice, but you can't really describe it. And Star Showers was definitely one like that for me. It smelled really nice, but I mean, it's hard to really describe. Yeah, Felicia, she's talking about the Star Showers fragrance. Yeah, 007. I would love a setup like that. I would need a studio first. I have a little, I don't know, like 10 by 10 space. No, not even 10 by 10 space that I do this on, so. Okay. All right, we'll go with that one then. It seems like everybody's okay with that. So I'm going to go ahead and move this out of the way. Hopefully without breaking anything. There we go. All right. This is bizarre doing it live. Like, this is a lot of fun, but it's also really strange because I'm used to just having everything set out and I just want, step by step go through everything. And it's amazing how long it takes to make soap when you take into account all the prep work. But like when you just sit down to make it, it doesn't, like, the actual making of the soap doesn't take that long, but it can take me 2 hours just to get to the point where I'm making it because I'm, choosing colors and fragrances and working on a design and blah, blah, blah. All right. Oh, yeah, because I wanted shelves. Right. Yeah, no, she does. Felicia has one of the best setups ever. Um, but I would need a place, like, I don't even really have a wall where I could put shelves up, but I do like how she has the rows with all her little jars and things on it. It's really cool. So this picture has the oils, like the base oils I use. This one is responsibly sourced palm oil, um, coconut oil, castor oil, and olive oil. The castor oil gives it a lot of bubbles, um, and then like the palm oil and coconut oil help the bar harden so that it lasts longer. And they also do a lot of nice things for the skin. And same with olive oil. Also, the olive oil helps this not to firm up because if I was to do, like, I've made 100% coconut oil soaps before, and they turn into like a rock solid block of soap in about 5 seconds. So I wouldn't have time to do a lot of designs. So adding things like olive oil and mixing the oils, doing like a blend like this, lets it stay fluid longer, so I can mix colors and do all the fun stuff. Um, Felicia, you asked if I can make it in the oil. Yeah, 007. This picture has different oils. The reason I didn't like fill this picture on camera is because a lot of those oils are solid at room temperature, and since it's cold, um, like the coconut and palm oil are solid, and I have to melt them over a double boiler. I don't have a microwave because I don't have anywhere to plug it in, so that takes a long time. So instead of making you guys sit around for like 15 minutes while I delicately melt oils on a double boiler, I just did it ahead of time, and I had it um sitting over here already mixed. Yeah, Dis the fly. Man, that guy, I tell you, he fell into the wrong batch of soap. I need to make more disrespectful fly soaps because those little flies were cute to make. I'd need to make more soap dough also. I know that like Love Yourself had asked me to make a four scene like panoramic like soap out of like four different designs, and I need to make her suggestion also, but I literally just ran out of um the colors I would need for the soap dough. So I have the I have that all set off to the side. That's something I'm probably going to do next month is finish making those soap doughs and then make the designs that she suggested because a lot of them were really intricate. But yeah, the soap dough is a lot of fun to work with. 007, that's funny. Yeah, that soap, that disrespectful fly, he's just going to go down in history. He'll be like, the rest of the world's going to fade away and people are going to still be talking about that disrespectful fly. Oh, I'm so glad, Stacy. Those were really cool. I made those the little yarns. I had a like a clay extruder, and I made a whole bunch of little strings of soap dough and rolled them into balls. It's like literally balls of yarn. I was so glad that worked because if it didn't, I was trying, like how am I going to make another ball of yarn? I want to make like a skein or like those twisted, like the hanks of yarn. I want to see if those turn out because it'd be kind of fun to do a whole, um, like a whole line of soaps that's just fibers. That would be cool. Oh, I'm so glad you like them. Oh, just a second. Gonna move this out of the way. Okay. Um, the oils they're relatively warm. I mean, I had them sitting in the hot water until just a few minutes ago. They're not. I mean, even if this sat out here until room temperature because of the olive oil and the castor oil, it probably won't go completely solid. But I have plenty of time to work with it. The real like countdown timer starts when I add the lye water. Once I add the lye water, which is over here, so this is like my lye water container in here. Once I add that to the oils, that's when the timer starts, and I only have a couple of minutes to do the design. Oh, thank you, Stacy. Oh, speaking of the disrespectful flies, there's another channel called Soap and Clay. She made her whole countertop in epoxy. I think it's epoxy resin that she used, and no matter they did everything to keep bugs off of it, but they still got a disrespectful fly to land on their countertop while it was setting up. So now one of her she calls them her apprentices, her one of her employees is coming up with a name for the fly that's forever embedded in their countertop. Felicia, a link to donate. I don't have I don't have anything like that set up yet. I didn't even think anybody would want to. So, but it's sweet of you to ask. Maybe I'll be able to get something set up soon. Oh, and for the top of the soap, so after we pour it, I have a couple different things. Like I've got forks like this we could texture the top with, or I have let's see, I've got like chopsticks. We could do like a swirl before we put the glitter on top. Yeah, he should be named Frank. I tell you, those flies are all the same. They think they can just sit on our projects like they own the place or something. Okay. Do you guys want to go ahead? I can go ahead and get started mixing these, mixing the lye water in. Once I get to that point, I won't be able to watch chat as closely. So before I do that, do you guys have any questions? Oh, that's so cute, Stacy. That's awesome that they like the soap. Okay. All right, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and put in. Hi, Rose. I'm gonna go ahead and put the lye water in now, and start mixing the oils. It's probably gonna be loud, so headphone warning. And then also, actually, maybe no, I can't mute it. But so it's gonna be probably loud, and then once I start, I probably won't be able to keep reading chat as closely. So just so you guys know. So I'll go ahead and move this stuff out of the way so it doesn't get knocked over. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, I'm going to put something down to absorb some of the sound. This should help make it not so noisy. Whoops. Okay, so this is mostly mixed up. What I'm going to do now is separate it into the different colors real quick so it doesn't get too solid. And we'll start with the white. I think this one needs a little bit more. There we go. So put the white in there. Now this fragrance should not accelerate anything, so I'm going to go ahead and put in a little bit and get all that done at once. This stick blender is a little bit more powerful than the one I normally use to film, so I have to be really careful that I don't overmix this, otherwise it'll turn into soap really quick. Alright, so now you can see that one has turned white, so we're going to set that aside. And then a lot of this stuff gets edited out, so you don't get to see me mess around with all this, but I take like a spatula and I clean this off. And that gets the soap batter off. All right. And then I've got these soaping towels that I use. And they get the batter off really, really easily. So you see it's already clean on the outside. And so this is a really quick way for me to get the stick blender clean in between colors when I have colors that are very, very different and I don't want them to mix. Okay, so we'll put this, let's do the green one, or the teal, I mean. On the screen, to me, this looks really blue, but this is definitely a green shade of teal for sure. And I'll also put a little bit of the fragrance in there. And it's such a tiny, tiny amount of soap for this color. It's not going to make that much of a difference. There we go. That looks good. Star Showers was the name. It's by Nurture Soap. Go ahead and do this pink. So we're going to see what this pink does once it mixes in. Here's the bottle, the Star Showers. Put a little bit of the fragrance in. Yeah, this is definitely a very bright pink, but that pink, the other pink we added to it has muted it down. It's not nearly as neon as it looks on screen. It's really pretty. Okay, let me get that cleaned off. So that's mostly clean now. I don't think I'll need to use it again anyway. What are you guys saying here? They want to do a swirl, Shauna. Yeah, swirls. And then they wanted a glitter, holographic silver glitter for the top. Okay, so let me just clean this off. Get that out of the way. Was that too loud? Or did the computer like mute the sound? I know that for Felicia, when she uses her heat gun, like it almost seems to know just to mute it. Happens automatically. Not bad? Okay. Nothing like a heat gun. Okay, good. Hi, Estes. Or the actual Estes. Anyways, before this turns solid, let me go ahead and we will try pouring. Okay, there's a couple different ways we can do the swirls, but let's do this. This is already getting kind of thick, so I'll go ahead and pour in the white. And this is to tap out the air bubbles. Since I can't use a lighter on soap, it would probably burst into flames. Um, we bang it like this, a little bit different than using resin. And then go ahead and I'll just pour this in. Shauna, I will cut the soap. I don't know if I can do it live because it won't be firm. I mean, I could do another live. Is that what you mean? I could probably. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see what you guys. Maybe we'll do a vote. We'll do a vote and see. So we'll pour the teal in, and then pour in the pink. And this is going to just look like a blob of nothing, but hopefully when we cut it, it'll be less of a blob of nothing. Okay, and then some more white. You never know what you get with soap. It's always a surprise. So this is like the little swirl tool I use. It's just like I think they call these gear ties or something. And I bent it, and I have like a boba straw that I cut to fit on here to give better swirls. Push that back in there. Okay, so let's do this. Swirls on the inside. And we'll just swirl this about. And every time I do this, I'm like certain that it's going to destroy the soap. And then every single time I cut the soap, and I'm like, oh, that looks okay. There was no need for concern. Yeah, Stacy, I can do that. I do have my videos all have links in the bottom where I got all my supplies. So like for Nurture Soap, there's a link down there um for their stuff, and you just search for star showers. But I can put a direct link for you too. Just a sec here. All right, let's put some. Well, let's see. We're gonna do this silver on top. So why don't we put excuse me, some white. There we go. And we will put some texture on top. Yeah, the tree. The tree was fun. Those trees are tricky. Sometimes you do them and they come out lopsided. I was really glad that one came out in one piece. I need to do more. I was thinking of doing like a whole set of, each one was a different color tree, but I know, Shauna, that would be hilarious though. 24 hours of making soap, like those people that do like, 24 hours in their craft room or whatever. I could just see, 24 hours of making soap. That'd be kind of cool. But yeah, a second live. Why don't Yeah, I think we should do like a vote like after this post, like everybody can put in a comment if they want to see this done live, like the cut live, or if they want me to just do the cut and then post the edited video. Hey, at it again. I am making, well, we all chose different colors and scents. It's going to be the Star Shower soap, and I'm putting in, everybody wanted the teal and a pink. So we made a custom pink blend out of a neon pink and rapture pink. And then we chose a teal, and we used white as a base. And we will save all this soap drippings because I can always pour them into another mold. All right, there we go. So now we've got like a little bit of texture on the top of the soap from that fork. The soap was firm enough to hold a little bit of texture. I don't know if you guys can see that. Is this focusing? Maybe it's not focusing. Maybe I'm kidding myself. This is a different camera than I normally use, so I don't know what it's doing. 2 a.m. Where are you, Rose? Oh, don't be fooled. I'm extremely messy. You're only seeing, this much. You're only seeing this much. Outside of that is just chaos. Okay, so let's go ahead and put the silver silver hollow glitter. And hopefully that texture on there will kind of grab the glitters and and then it'll show them at different angles so that they'll catch the light better. And I'm just making sure that I get this at all angles so that we fully coat the top of the soap. There we go. Absolute chaos, yes. Wow, Ireland. The company I work for is based in Dublin, but it's obviously remote work because I don't live there. But yeah, it is beautiful. And these little pumps, I know some of you guys do like resin. You can put like micas in here, glitters, and this is actually like a super super fine glitter. Nurture Soap sells them, and they have different kinds. So they have, it just depends on what they have. So this is like the one you just saw me use, and then that gold one has um, the little stem that I put it away. That's why I can't find it. But it has like a little, like a nozzle that comes off that you can spray with. I just buy whatever. All the ones that I've purchased from them have worked really well. Yeah, that makes sense for tax reasons. Yeah, a lot of companies do set up their headquarters in other places for that. I'm pretty sure that's why this company does it, but I don't know. I just get paid. So here is the soap, and again, I don't know if this is even going to focus, but because it's a different camera, my other camera focuses. You kind of see like it has like a shiny, silvery, hollow top. Wet weather is really good. Well, for me it is. I don't like when it's super super dry, but that's why it's so green. Also, I've lived in places that didn't get rain, and that was depressing. Yeah, I think it's gonna turn out really nice, Stacy. You guys picked some really pretty colors. I'm just here for the money. Well, what I mean is I don't like sit around asking them details about the business because it's none of my business. I get 3 bars out of these cubes. Yeah, 3. Oh, I should do something with the rest of this batter. Hang on. Yes, I did put it here. So I have these molds. I don't use them very often because um, they're extremely expensive and they only make 9 bars or 6 bars. I mean, um, and then they're they work really good, but anyways, you can't do a lot of like swirls. You can't do layers very easily. They're a little bit more tricky to work with, but they're great for the extra soap batter. So in this case, we have a little bit left over. So I'll show you what I do with some of these. Is I just scrape out the extra batter and then put it in here. And sometimes what I'll do is um, I can cut these up and use them for samples, um, or sometimes I use them as like testers. Just if I'm trying a new recipe or something, I want to see how the bars turn out and make sure they're good, basically. So I'll put that in there. That also makes it easier to clean because you're scraping out all the extra batter and there's less to wash out. But usually this does not, like the leftover batter does not usually give me like full size bars, like full size oval bars. So I just use them, like I said, as testers or whatever. And I'm just doing this real quick. I can't see the chat at the moment, so I'm not ignoring you, I promise. Yeah, see, much cleaner now. Much easier to clean and wash out later. All right. And then just like before, to level it and get the air bubbles out, you might as well put glitter on top of this. Why not? There we go. To order, if you just go to cabbagepatchsoap.com, it'll redirect you to my Etsy shop. Otherwise, I have links underneath the video where it'll take you directly to my shop. And yeah, I do put samples in with your order. Like if you order full size bars, I will throw in samples. But I offer the samples separately as well in case you don't want to, you're not sure if you're going to like the soap and you don't want to spend the money. You can just buy some samples and see if you like the soap, and then that will also give you a better idea of what to order if you decide you like them. Yeah, it does almost look like a rose. Yeah, Stacy, I do actually have one of those flower molds. The thing is, I don't really have a way of like I can make it so I get like a full size like flower bar, but um it's hard to explain, but I don't really have a way of like marketing those, like packaging them and selling them in my shop. And like because I have to let the soap cure on a rack, and those little bars, the smaller ones, since they don't stand up, they take up a lot of room. And I found that in the past, what happened was it just sort of took up a lot of space, and I didn't have space for the full size bars. So like these little ones, once I pop them out, I just put like these little sample, not sample, but these incomplete tester bars. I put them in just like a cardboard box, and they don't, they get kind of beat up in there, but I don't care because it's just for me to test how the lather is and all that. um can I swirl the bar I just made? I can, but it won't really show because I'm not cutting it open. On the outside it'll look mostly the same, but I can try, like we can use like this fork and kind of like do this, and it will swirl, but it just won't look as nice. I have, I guess you call it a customer, a friend that I make oval bars specifically for her shop, and sometimes when I swirl them, they come out nice, and other times when I swirl them, they just come out looking like mud. So they're tricky. It's a small space, and you can't get like a true like swirl stick in there. Um, yeah, and that's the thing too. Even if the soap looks awful, it works great. So oh, Shauna, the stream, was it easy to set up? It was easy, but I had to kind of figure out what to do because there's an option to either stream using your software or stream using your webcam. And once you set up the stream, like I had this scheduled, and there was like a preview, like, up on my channel or whatever. Well, it once you set it up, I couldn't figure out a way to edit it because I set it up incorrectly and it was telling me to put the code into my software to stream. But that's not like, I needed to go into the settings and tell it to use the software I already had, basically do it from the computer side instead of from the software side. And there was nowhere to do that. So I had to cancel that stream and start over. But now that I know what to do, it'll be so much easier next time. Yeah, you can absolutely do teal, cream, and brown. I mean, I could literally do like, I don't know how many colors I have. I could do an infinite number of colors and do like one drop of each and put them in the soap. It's just you're just working against time because as you can see already, like this bar is, it's not spilling out anymore. It's basically all, it's like it's not solid, but it's so thick that I wouldn't really be able to work with it at this point to like do any fancy designs or anything. So you're really only limited to like the recipe, the oil blend, how fast it sets up, and the colors you want to use, and what you have on hand. Yeah, Shauna, you can definitely do it. I think it was just me. Like, I was like researching like how to set it up, and um, I needed to go one step further and look up one more thing. I just kind of stopped. I was like, oh, that makes sense, and I didn't look further into it, and I needed to. So uh, it's easy. It's just I screwed up the first time, but that's okay. Yeah, in fact, a lot of people, if they make soaps, they'll purposefully make soaps to match their decor, match their bathrooms or match whatever room it's going into. But yeah, you can totally do those colors. I have a couple different browns. Um, I have one. If you watch the Wise Men video, it's kind of a. I would show you on this camera, but apparently it doesn't pick up colors correctly. But it's like a pinky brown, and then I have like a brown oxide that makes a beautiful neutral, like bark brown. And depending on how much you add to the soap, it's lighter or darker, and it changes the color. It's really nice. Yeah, there is always one more thing. Absolutely, just like now, of course, put on the spot. I can't remember his name. The guy with the trench coat, or not trench coat, the raincoat. Is it a raincoat? Is it counted as, what would you call that coat? Actually, add it again, and Estes probably know what we're talking about. One more thing. Yes, Columbo. Thank you. I do not do well on my feet, as you can see. That's part of the reason I edit videos, because nobody wants to watch me, or listen to me fumble around trying to find words. Yeah, they call it a raincoat. Yeah, see, they know Columbo. Yeah, Jackie Chan's uncle did the same thing. One more thing, right? When you thought you could escape. Yeah, in fact, if you guys have ideas for soaps, if you like these live streams, I could do more, and we could make, like, if you wanted to do like a brown and teal soap, um, like we could do that on a live stream specifically. I just never know like what people want to watch. I don't want to bore you guys to death. Yeah, absolutely. You can order some samples. I don't always use the same fragrances. Like, I order a lot of small bottles of fragrance to test to see what I'll like. And then, because I have a bad habit of just going and thinking, oh, this is going to smell really good. So I order like a really large bottle. Like, I'll show you an example here. Okay, so this is like, to me, this is a small bottle. And so I'll lay that there. That's a small bottle, in my opinion. I order tiny sample bottles as well because, otherwise, here's a sample bottle. I'll pull these out and show you guys. So, um, all right, so this is like a small bottle to me. These are like tiny, like little sample bottles. These are good for like one of those little molds full of soap. This is another, like, in my opinion, another like medium size bottle. And then I get bigger ones. So depending on what people want or what people like if there's a certain fragrance like lavender, I usually order large amounts of lavender because people ask for it a lot. Um, but like here's like the next size up for the bottle. So that's another one. And those still are not big bottles. So my problem is, just like we like to hoard all the pretty colors like the micas and um, just various things that we hoard. Unfortunately, I have probably over 100 different fragrances, and I need to use them up. So, I when you order samples, a lot of times, like, oh, this smells really good, but then I might not have more than one bar in that fragrance, if that makes sense. It needs more disrespectful flies. Listen, it's the wrong time of year for that. Let me scroll up and see what I missed here. Oh wow, Shauna, really? I'm the first live stream you've watched. I feel special. Yeah, right, Stacy. If there's Cheryl, if there's a fragrance, like a type of fragrance you want, like if you want florals specifically, or if you want like fruity fragrances or spices or whatever, if I have them, I'll make sure to throw them in for you. But otherwise, I just grab like an assortment so you get like a wide variety of different things. I had you at lavender. Yep. Yeah, lavender is really popular. Yeah, my samples are labeled, but they're labeled like on my shop it'll say like for example I've got like the wise men soap. I've got let's see, like the gold lining soap. It's like a green soap with like a gold top. um Autumn moon. I have the confetti soap. So they're labeled like that, but it doesn't tell you what the fragrance is, because sometimes I'll even just make up my own blend. Like maybe I'll mix lavender and orange or something, or I'll mix lavender and something else, or I'll mix whatever, star showers or something. And so it's not like, and a lot of the fragrances are very complex, like that star showers. um like you could try explaining it if you want, Stacy, like how what does star showers smell like? It's impossible to explain. So that's why I don't typically explain the fragrance on the label, because you can smell it and then determine if you like it or not. But to try to describe it on a little tiny sample pack would be almost impossible for me, because I struggle explaining it as it is. But it's an idea. I could try maybe like pulling the descriptions off the websites where they describe the fragrances and putting it on there. Bring on the high five cat. No way. Oh my gosh, Shauna. Never anything over 8 ounces. Oh man. This is like my fragrance could beat up your fragrance moments. Like I think it's good that you don't buy anything over 8 ounces, simply because um you run into problems like this. This is one single fragrance. And this is not something that I would just put in a soap as it is. I would mix it with something. So that means I have like more than one of these that are different fragrances so I can mix them. And this is a massive, massive container of oil. My favorite suppliers, I do like Nurture Soap. I like how they label their soap so you can tell exactly what you're getting. Like, you know that, here's one. This is Nurture Soap, right? So down here it says no acceleration or discoloration. So you know that when you make the soap, it's not going to turn your soap brown. It's not going to turn it into soap on a stick. So that's handy. And their labels don't really melt. Like, one, I only ever had one bottle leak from them. The label came off, like it got loose and came off, but it didn't like the writing didn't come off. I could still read the bottle and tell what was in it. So that's really good. They also replaced the bottle and the labels for me, so there's that. They have really good customer service. I like Wellington fragrance, but there are zero soaping notes. So Wellington, whenever you see these bottles, this is Wellington. I like them because they have really inexpensive and very like high quality. Like this one, it says premium grade, and they have different grades. Like they have like manufacturer's grade or whatever. I get the premium grade because it's the strongest. So you only need a little tiny bit, but there's no soaping notes. So you're completely working in the dark. They do have their vanillin content listed on some of them. Um, but not on the bottle. You have to go. They have like a frequently asked questions page, and they have all the fragrances listed there with their vanillin content. But they have some fragrances that I absolutely love that nobody else has. So I do like, there's a bunch of different suppliers I like. Um, I tried Elements Bath and Body. They had some good ones, and they also have good soaping notes. I don't really have like a favorite, like one favorite company, but I do have like for example the Star Showers we just used today. That's Nurture Soap. I really like that one, and I don't know where else to get that fragrance, so I would use them. Then the other ones from Wellington or whatever, I don't really have um like one company only I like. Let's see here. I'm scrolling up chat to see what you guys said. Oh, warm vanilla sugar. That one is a very good fragrance. It smells amazing. I have a lot of vanilla fragrances. I even have like a giant jar of just vanilla. In soap, vanilla turns the soaps brown. So I don't work with it a lot because and it doesn't do any harm. The soap can be brown. It doesn't really affect anything. It's just aesthetics. But it makes it hard to do like a pretty, like, like pastel pink and yellow with like white dots and sunshines and whatever. You can't do that with a vanilla fragrance. So I don't use them very often unless I'm doing like maybe a charcoal bar, or if I'm doing like a chocolate bar, I'll put vanilla. um yeah, so they're harder to work with because of them turning things brown. A grape scent. Actually, I don't yet. That is one I need to get. I do have a lot of fruit fragrances though. Yeah, Shauna, I'll copy like in the description on my website. Like when you're looking at the soaps, I'll sometimes copy the descriptions from the websites onto there. Yeah. Oh yeah, thank you, Stacy. Yeah, I love the sandalwood and teak. That one's really nice. I want to get that. I want to make one day. I want to make like the wax melts, and I want that in a wax melt. Your fragrance is good. Let's see here. Oh, a soaping note. Okay, so 007. Um, Soaping notes are like when you go to get a fragrance. Like for example, like this company here, they make fragrances for people who make candles, who make incense. Like I can make incense with this. I can make hand lotion. I can make like a scented body mist or like a hairspray or whatever I wanted. But sometimes some fragrances, when you put them into soap, it does something funny chemically to the soap. So like for example, I think this one accelerates. So what that means is like when I add it to the soap batter, it'll thicken up really really fast, and it'll become like almost like a like Play-Doh, or like hard like a rock, almost within seconds. So I have to be really careful working with this one because it does accelerate. And like, but this company doesn't, put any notes about that on these bottles because they don't know what their customers are buying the fragrance for. So they just tell you what it smells like, and then it's up to you to use it however you want. Like you could use it like as a room air freshener or whatever. So soaping notes only apply if you're making soap. This company, Nurture Soap, most of their customers are buying their fragrances for making soap. So that's why they put down here the little notes. And like here it says no acceleration or discoloration, and then it says vanillin 0%. I mean, there's no vanilla in this. And they let you know because if there was vanillin, it would probably turn brown over time. And it tells you it doesn't accelerate, so that means I can have a lot of time to work with it, and I can make like a pretty design, and it's not going to solidify on me right away. So that's what we mean by soaping notes. Vanillin is it's basically it's like a how to explain. It's like the chemical okay, so like everything is a chemical, right? So like literally everything is a chemical pretty much. Um and it's a part, it's a component, it's like a part of the vanilla. It's just part of the vanilla. So like um it's what's so basically if you have a fragrance that smells like vanilla, it's because they added the vanillin like chemical to the fragrance. But that chemical also makes soap turn brown for whatever reason. And like I said, it's harmless. It's just most people think it's ugly. I mean, I don't really care, but a lot of people don't like it. So, um, yeah. And there's also things like Felicia said. There's like the top note, middle note, and bottom notes of the fragrances. So sometimes, um, like when you read the fragrance description, it'll say it has a top notes of rose and fuchsia with not fuchsia. What am I saying? Top notes of like rose and mandarin with middle notes of bergamot and a base note of sandalwood, and yeah, they'll sometimes have things like that in there as well. um Speaking German, yes, I could probably very poorly. Yes, I can get a grape scent. That is one I've actually wanted to get. I'm just trying really, really, really hard not to buy more fragrances until I've used up what I've got, or at least used up some of what I got, because I have over 100 fragrances, and most of them are in giant bottles because I used to make. I still do. Like if I get a wholesale order, but I'll make 25 pounds of soap at a time, so I need the bigger bottles. But I have so many of them. Yes, you could put the vanilla sugar in like a teal, cream, and brown. Um, there's a couple things you can do. You can use a vanilla stabilizer, which would prevent the soap from turning brown, or you could put the vanilla, the fragrance in just the brown part, and then it wouldn't have as much of an effect on the other on the other colors. So the teal and cream wouldn't turn brown, and the brown part would just turn brown because you put the vanilla fragrance in there. I am, I am not so smart. I am. This is. I am just regurgitating information that I got from someone else, which I guess is what we all do. We all learn from someone else, right? Stacy, I'm so glad you guys are enjoying listening to me ramble about this. Yeah, the perfume notes. Well, the perfume notes are still really important because you sort of need to know what the fragrance is going to do. It is different from soaping notes, but still, the perfume notes are still important when you're making soap because you want to know what it's going to smell like. Also, sometimes when you add a scent to soap, the soap will like the fragrance will disappear in the soap. So a lot of people say, for example, orange essential oil, that's going to disappear in the soap. You're going to put it in, you're not going to smell it. I don't run into that problem, but maybe it's just my formula. That's why, I don't know, but I don't have my orange scent doesn't disappear in my soaps. Um, I have had other fragrances completely disappear. There was one I made a couple months ago that had this. It was supposed to be like a Thanksgiving scent. I have no idea what it was supposed to smell like, because the soapy notes and the perfume notes were blank. So I just bought it anyway. I thought, oh, what the heck, I'll throw it in the soap and see what happens. It had a very buttery smell to it. I wasn't sure, if why somebody would want a buttery scented soap, but I used it anyway. And after the soap was made, the scent was almost 100% gone. You really couldn't smell it. So that would be whatever top, middle, and base notes they put in there completely disappeared in the soap, and I don't know why. It may be that I needed to use more, but that's not usually the case. Um, I'd have to do some more testing with it. Or it just might be that whatever it is they use to make that scent, when the soap goes through saponification, it just essentially eats up that fragrance. Maybe it's like the heat. So maybe I would have to do like, instead of like an oven process with the soap, maybe I would have to put it like in the refrigerator or in the freezer. And then that way, when it turns into soap, it doesn't burn off the fragrance. So there could be a lot of things going on. But I've kind of wanted to buy another one of those fragrances and try again and see what it smells like when the soap cures if I put it in the fridge and it doesn't burn off. Thank you, 007. Yeah, Stacy, yes and no. So like this is pure essential oil. That's why it's in a metal container. Because if I was to pour this essential oil in a plastic container, it would probably eat through it. But these plastic containers for these bottles are made to withstand the fragrances and essential oils for a certain period of time. So usually a couple of years before it'll eat through the plastic. Um, but most of these blends, like most of these, like this is glam apple. This has like notes of like pine and like apple and this and that. I don't think there's really like a true apple essential oil. Like for example, watermelon. There's no watermelon essential oil or strawberry essential oil. It doesn't exist. So those fragrances are made up of other, natural or whatever fragrances. So, but this is a blend. So basically, glam apple probably has um like essential oil of like pine or something in it, and then it has the apple fragrance and other things added to it. So most of my fragrances are either like I have pure essential oils like this, or I have blends like these where this is like rosemary and mint. I'm almost 100% sure there are actual like rosemary and mint essential oils in here, and then it's mixed with other fragrance oils, and it's like a blend. Because most of the time, that's what they do. Most fragrances that have like a plant smell, like pine or mint or whatever, most of them get their fragrance from the essential oils. So even if something says fragrance oil, it's either already an essential oil or an essential oil blend. But the companies, like if you notice, there's no ingredients list on this. It's just the name of the company and the name of the fragrance. There's no, because they're proprietary, they won't share what the ingredients are, and they're not required to. Um, so that's the only problem with this with fragrance oils is I don't know what's in them. But most companies, like if you write to them and ask, they'll give you some basic info. Like they'll say, oh yeah, most of our blends have essential oils mixed in or whatever, but they won't tell you anything else other than that. Probably because of like some sort of copyright issues or whatever. I'm just reading chat again. Yeah, Christina, I'm gonna do a start to finish soap series. Actually, I already have it made. It even talks about like what equipment you need and this and that. But I have to do all the editing of I have it recorded. I just have to do like the voiceover and editing. But I work three jobs, so finding time to sit down and edit hours and hours worth of footage is just like um I just don't have time. So I'm slowly working on it. I'm probably about a third of the way done. But once I get it done, I'll put it up and I'll let you guys know. Yeah, making tiny soaps is a lot of fun. You can really like all of your uh molds for resin, those silicone molds, you can use them for soap. Yeah, and you can do a melt and pour soap. I have some melt and pour soap, but I don't really use it for a whole lot. I use it for like if I'm going to do like a glow in the dark soap or something that I need to have like clear. Like if I need a clear component in the soap, I'll use melt and pour for that. Yeah, Stacy. So like if you go to the store, like if you go to the grocery store, Almost all, or just any like store, almost always it's going to be a fragrance oil unless it says on there 100% essential oil, and they'll usually charge you a fortune. Like a little tiny bottle like this will be like $5. I mean, imagine like, let me show you. So going to the grocery store or going to like a big box store or like the mall or whatever, and or like go like there's a lot of like very popular essential oil like companies out there that shall not be named. But could you imagine getting like this much essential oil from them when they charge you like, 5, 10, 15, $20 for a bottle this size? So I have to go through other means to get these, because otherwise this would be thousands of dollars and that'd be silly. But yeah, the but fragrance oils, there's nothing wrong with using them. If you're looking for like using fragrances for like aromatherapy or like healing or whatever, you probably want to stick with mostly essential oils and just be really careful because essential oils can actually cause harm if if you like you're not supposed to put them directly on your skin. You want to be careful if you're breathing in like the aromatherapy. You want to be careful because it can act like I some things give me migraines. So even though there's nothing wrong with the essential oil itself, it'll for certain people it can trigger migraines. But fragrance oils just smell good. So a lot of times you'll see fragrance oils and things like wax melts or like in soap, obviously, and different applications. But one of the nice things about the fragrance oils is, um, you can get things that you can't get in an essential oil. So, like you can get fragrances like apple and watermelon and strawberry. So it gives you a lot more versatility. A little bar. Yeah, let's find out. Now it's not solid. It's still kind of like squishy. Can you see it kind of like I'm pushing up from underneath? But yeah, it's not going anywhere. Could probably do like that the blizzard thing where they turn the blizzard upside down, from Dairy Queen or whatever. Oh hey, the bottom looks pretty cool. You can kind of see like the white and green down there. Yep. But it's not solid enough to pull out. It's still like a very thick. I would say probably like a thick custard. Yeah, it's still soft. Like I could probably like I could show you like see it's still like tacky. And if I could push my finger through there, but I won't because that'll wreck it. I'll put new glitter on the part where I touched it. There, good as new. Not. There we go. No one will be the wiser. I can show you some molds. Um, see what I have hanging around. I've actually just organized all my molds the other day, so I might have put them all away. Yeah, it looks like I did. Rats. Oh no, here's one. Here's one. I was washing this one, so okay. So this is a kind of like a Halloween themed one, but it's got spiders and cobwebs. See, and this is like one that you could use for like resin. See how it's like a silicone mold, and you could put like make like a black spider and then make this clear and use it for jewelry or something. But you can use these for soap also. But if you use if so, this soap, by the way, this process that we use to make soap is called cold process because we didn't heat up, like we didn't put the oils like in a pot and like cook it. It's yeah, hot process soap is a totally different kind of process. Anyways, if you make soap with this method and you want to put it in like a mold like this with all this detail, you have to almost always you have to put it in the freezer before you unmold it. So like I could put the soap batter in here, leave it on the counter, and then when it's firm, put it in the freezer to pop it out of the mold to retain the detail. Because sometimes the soap it won't fully harden until after it comes out of the mold, if that makes sense. But it just does, and then once it's out of the mold, it'll continue to harden and it'll become a very hard bar of soap. But you have to get it out of those molds. So that's the only problem. Let me see here. Oh, okay. Thanks for hanging out, Shauna. Yeah, Stacy. So a lot of times the fragrance oils when you buy them, and it depends on where you're getting them from. If you're getting them from manufacturers, like how I get some of mine, or from wholesalers or whatever, they're like full strength. They haven't been diluted with anything. Some of them smell really bad, like right out of the bottle. Like if you open the bottle and you just smell it, you're like, oh, I don't know, I don't like that. But when you dilute it down to the proper dilution, then it smells really nice because then it's smelling like it properly, like how it should smell. When you go to like a store and you buy fragrance oils, a lot of times they've already been diluted, and so that's why you can put them directly on your skin with no problem because they've already been diluted how they should be. So like the fragrance oils that I sell in my shop, the little roll-on ones, those have already been diluted, and so they're safe to use on your skin and they smell really good. So, but if you were to use them straight out of the bottle, like if I was to make like just pour this in a bottle and put it on my skin, not only would it smell kind of off because it's not diluted, but it also would irritate my skin. Um, Stacy, I don't know. I mean, I my resin molds, like I do have resin. I used to work. I did some work with it a long time ago. Um, and I mean, technically, you could go back and forth. I don't know that there'd be toxins left behind. I would just say like when you use the mold release, if you're going to use that mold for soap, you would want to wash out the mold release really, really good and just get it clean. Like I think, like I mean, this is just my opinion. I haven't looked it up to confirm. I don't really know what I'm talking about, but I would think that you could just wash it and use it. Same thing going the other way. Washing a soap mold and using it for resin is probably not going to be an issue. But I would, if you're concerned about like the toxins transferring or something, I would look it up. I would just be really careful. There's a lot of I guess you could say like toxic uh like communities out there where people have really strong ideas about things and then they're not willing to consider that there might be like a middle ground or something. So there might be people out there that are staunchly against the idea of using a resin mold for soap because there might be some sort of like trace chemical left behind or something, but that might not, but like it might be so small that it's not going to hurt anybody. And but that's their choice. Like if they don't want to use, like for example, I don't use my soap stuff for food. I could use these molds as like, I don't know, jello molds or something, right? And make soap shaped jello. But I don't, because I don't want there to be like weird traces of food left behind that would maybe like discolor my soap and make it like turn funny colors. And the other way around, I wouldn't want to put food in these and then accidentally have soap flavored jello or something, right? So, because even if you wash them, you can't, you don't always get everything out. And so for food I don't transfer. Plus that way, I'm not wearing out my tools making food with them, and vice versa. I could kind of keep things separate. Also just for sanitary reasons and things like that. But it's not the end of the world. A lot of people, like the stick blender I was mixing the oils with, a lot of people will, wash off the stick blender and then go make, sauce with it or something. It's not the end of the world. It's not going to hurt anybody. But because I sell my soaps, I want people to, have confidence that the soap is not going to have, I don't know, like bits of gravy mixed in accidentally or something. But for personal use, it's totally fine. So it may be the same thing with the resin. It might be like, okay, if you're going to sell the soap, maybe you're going to want to have separate molds. But if you're just using it for yourself, like who cares? So that, I mean, that would be my guess. Um, yeah, yeah. 007 is saying just wash it in between. Yeah, that would be my guess. I haven't looked it up, so I mean, don't. I would say look it up before making a decision. I always recommend doing your own research whenever possible, but personally, I would probably do it just for the heck of it and see what happened. I mean, and also something else to keep in mind: sometimes the colors that we use in soap will discolor the molds a little bit. Like sometimes the molds will have like a little bit of residue of the color left behind, depending on what you're using to color your soaps, and that could transfer to your resin project, possibly. I don't know, but the colorants I use are almost always micas, I use very few dyes. That neon pink that we mixed in has some sort of like a dye or a pigment or something in there, so that might stain this mold. But then over time, I'm using it, the stain will go away, so I don't really care. Label the soap that has food. Yes, this has a top note of gravy with a middle note of asparagus and a base note of Brussels sprouts. That's dangerous territory. Then people would try to eat it. Yeah, yummy indeed. I think so. That'd be really good. That's another thing too. Like if you have soap that's like it smells like strawberries and it's in the shape of like a cupcake or something, people will actually think it's food and eat it. Hi Rose, thank you for stopping by. All right, 007. You have the Thanksgiving jumble for sure. Yeah, Stacy, I actually make soap specifically for certain pets. So, like I have a dog soap that it has oils that are safe for dogs, but I don't use anything specifically toxic to cats in my soap. Um, but yeah, it's always a good idea to rinse out the tub if you have a cat that likes to lick. I have one that likes to lick the sink after I wash my hands. Have a good night, 007. Thank you for stopping by. It's great hanging out with you guys. This is kind of cool. Yeah, definitely let me know. And I can make custom soaps also if there's something specific you really want. He drinks your bathwater. Cats are very strange. Oh, also, as far as in case there was a soap you wanted me to specifically make, these soaps take about 6 weeks to cure once they're made. So I'll probably be able to take this out and cut it in like one day, like cut the bars. But then they have to sit on the shelf for several weeks to cure to release all the water. Otherwise, they'll be too soft, and when you use them, they just dissolve right away. Yes, for the horde. No, Stacy, all cats seem to have some random thing about them that makes them extremely strange. Do I need to change these live streams to be like change the titles to making soap for the horde? Maybe that's what I should do. Yeah, actually, pro tip, keep your toilet seat and the lid down so that the cats don't drink out of that. That's what grosses me out. I mean, tub water, that's gross, but whatever. But the toilet, like, no way. I'm just reading the chat real quick. Good night, Cheryl. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Yeah, Felicia, it's great. Like it does seem like everybody. I want this to be a positive space where we get along. So it's great that. I mean, it seems like a lot of the same people that hang out with you in your live chats have come here too. So we already know we've got great people. So hopefully we continue to attract more people who just want a positive place to hang out. Do you guys have any other questions you want to ask about soaps or fragrances or anything? Otherwise, I'll just sit here and randomly ramble about nonsense. Weekly. I'll do my best to do these weekly. I have the normal soaps I have to, or the normal videos I have to edit too. So yeah, add it again. You can make soap into 3D shapes. I have one 3D mold that I've used to make soap before. It's just tricky because I know Felicia's like when she's made her resin pieces in like a really deep mold. If you get like a air bubble in a funny place, like with the chest pieces, and you get an annoying air bubble, that kind of happens with the soap sometimes. So you have to be careful. But yeah, you can make 3D soap. You can even just make a block of soap and then literally carve it into whatever you want. But I don't know if I'd be any good at carving. I suppose I haven't tried it, so that's probably why I don't know if I'm good at it. Yeah, I think this will go up. I don't even know if it's possible to edit this, so it'll probably go up unedited. Well, I've got some soap containers to wash out now, so Felicia, I don't know if it'll be weekly. I would love to do that. But I think I will try. I don't know if I can always do it on Thursdays. I have to find a day that works with everybody's schedules and stuff, and also um, one that I can keep up with also because I work a lot. So that's what I'm trying to determine, like how often to do them and when. I used to do my special like my bonus videos on the weekend. So maybe I could do these like Saturdays. I'm not sure though. Probably what I'll do is I'll try doing them on different days and see what people like best, and then do that because I do want to do these more often. This is a lot of fun, and if people want this, then that's what I'll do. I want to make content that you guys like. So if you want more live videos, I'm happy to do them. But what I really need to do is I need to get to 1,000 subscribers so I can use my other camera because this one doesn't pick up the colors, and I feel bad because, like when everybody was trying to pick out a teal, I had the like three different teals, blues, and purples, and on the camera they all looked identical, but in real life they are drastically different. So I don't know why the camera is doing that, but my other camera, the better one, is on my phone, and they won't let me live stream on my phone. Christina, that's a good idea. I mean, like I'll do whatever I can, and we'll just see what happens. I just have to force it to work somehow in my schedule because I mean, really, I could do almost anything. I can work my schedule around almost anything, but I don't want to. Um, I don't want to have these when nobody else can watch them because that'd be pointless. But I'm glad you liked this. Yeah, I will start mentioning them. I will start mentioning them. That's why, like in my last video, I asked what you guys wanted to see, and I just put it in a video because I don't even have access to my community tab. I can't even put up like polls to have you guys vote or anything yet. But once I get to that point, it'll be a lot more easy for me to like communicate with you guys. I want to have a way to like um communicate with you and be able to like chat and stuff and have it all be like in one place. But yeah, I will start putting them in my normal videos because I want people to if they want to see lives, I want them to be able to see them. Overcommit myself. That is the overcommitting myself is the story of my life. Like I just what happens is if I have 5 seconds of downtime, I get bored, and so I do tend to overcommit myself. But that's because if I don't, then like boredom is like the enemy. I start to lose my mind more than usual. So oh, that would be great, Felicia. I would love that. Yeah, there is a whole world out there. That's true. 10,000. That's a long way off, I think. But yeah, but in all seriousness, you're right, Stacey. Like if I overcommit myself, then I won't like if I really do overcommit myself, I won't be able to keep up with the schedule, and that wouldn't be good because then I wouldn't be able to do the videos. The lives are a little bit easier because I don't have to edit, but they're a larger time commitment, I think, because I have to physically be here the whole time. Whereas you know, when I make, I mean, you guys don't know this, but like when I make soap, sometimes it's 1 in the morning before I'm done. So I can't have a live stream at 1 in the morning. So that's why, there's pros and cons to everything, but I want to make content that you guys want to watch because, like I said, I'm doing this for you guys. So if you want the lives, I can just kind of change things around and do more lives and fewer edited videos. Um, and I had also asked if you guys wanted like daily videos, and if I was to, somebody said that would be cool, but like, would I be able to keep up with the schedule? It would depend on what kind of videos I was doing. So if there were other types of videos you wanted to see, I think Tanya asked if I could do other types of stuff besides soap. I could definitely, maybe throw in some of my resin projects or something. Um, no, Christina, no. You do not want to see me twerk. That'd be terrible. Yeah, I don't think she'll do that. Here, the soap can twerk. Here, there's your twerking. Yeah, Stacey, I definitely like getting to talk with you guys. That's definitely a huge plus to the lives. You guys laughing at me in chat. That's good. That's good. There is a little bit of delay from the video and the chat, so sometimes it takes me a minute to kind of catch up. So I apologize if there's some dead air. It's just because I'm waiting for the chat to catch up so I can comment. I'm just glad this worked, honestly. You should see my crazy setup of how I got this camera connected to the computer in a way that hopefully I won't get soap batter all over my computer. It's pretty comical. Estes is laughing at me. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of chaos out there editing, that's for sure. And it is hard to hold. I mean, to be honest, like most of my videos are, I was going back and looking at them. Most of them are less than 10 minutes long. And I wonder if I did that just because I mean, it wasn't on purpose. Just when I edit them down to the important parts, like, mixing the oils and pouring things and fast forwarding through the boring parts and stuff like this, really just only a few minutes of content left. But I guess that's good for anybody who has a shorter attention span like me. What's offensive in making soap? I don't know. When I watch Felicia's videos, it's the same thing. I can report her for making resin, but I think that might just be a default thing. Just maybe because um, I don't have a lot of lives like streams up yet. Yeah, Stacy, that's why I did this because the chats just move way too fast, and I want to be able to read what you guys write, and also it forces people to write out like a complete thought. I've seen chats where somebody puts like two or three words and then like hits enter and then two or three words, two or three words, and so it pushes everybody else's comments off the screen. I don't think they're doing it on purpose. I think it's just that's just how they comment, but it makes it really hard for other people to have a conversation in the chat, and also makes it hard for me to read and keep up with it. And also the slow chat, they give me the option to make the slow chat like a full minute, and I put it down to 10 seconds because there's yeah, because 60 seconds would be way too long. So yeah, yeah, and there are a lot of, when people have like 2,000 people watching, and you've got this chat going by, and then you do get sometimes like bots and things and spammers that just jump in, trolls and stuff. It's just too much. Having the slow chat really really helps. I might do next time like maybe 5 seconds instead of 10, since we don't have that many people in here yet. But yeah, it will make it harder to talk with the streamer when the chat is just flying by. I don't know how they do it. I've seen those streamers like actually talk and answer people. I'm like, how did you even see that question? Like, I didn't even see it. It's going so fast. Yeah, I have to really be interested in the content to watch the larger lives. Like, it's something I really want to see. But if it's just to like chat, it's impossible if you're trying to chat with people. Oh yeah, the moderators really help. Moderators do really help. I don't obviously have a need for moderators yet, but someday. Yeah, I've seen those too where they don't comment unless you donate. And I think that's just to, you know, make it more manageable. And also you're then commenting to the people who are directly supporting you. So that makes sense. But I don't really want to I don't want to do that. So oh yeah, the craft kit. Which craft kit was it? Yeah, I was wondering if it was Nerdy Crafters. Not another crap kit. Yep. Yep. I think there's one of those sitting on a shelf around here somewhere. Yeah, she has a really good that's a really good craft kit. It's funny, I've been watching her videos for a long time. I used to make craft kits. That was one of the things I used to make, and I've been contemplating. I have a couple of them left. I've been contemplating sending it to her to review, but it's like I don't sell them anymore, so what's the point? But I had one that I thought was really cute anyway that I used to make. Um, it was really small. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, her kit is really cool. I like the little figure you can make and how like you can customize it and stuff. She put a lot of thought into it. Yeah, at it again, I might. I go back and forth about it. I'm just like, meh. Plus, I have like, not a whole lot of time to box it up. But I have been kind of, I have them. So if I ever decide to send it, I at least know where they are. Yeah, 2 years. Yeah, and she also, it seems like she based it off of a lot of the stuff that she does on her channel. Like she does a lot of customizing figurines anyway. So she'll buy like toys and customize them, or she'll make figurines based on like her friends and other YouTubers and stuff. So the kit is kind of right along the same vein of like the stuff she already does. So that I think that was really smart because not only does it kind of reflect what she's really well known for, um, in sort of a meta way, because not only is it like the figurines that she customizes, but also the fact that like it's a craft kit, which she does craft kit reviews all the time. And so I think she was really smart to do that. And obviously people like them, and it's really well made. And she even did edits like she didn't have a funnel, so she ended up adding a funnel. There's things like little touches like that, which um, it just shows that she really did put some thought into it. Felicia, yeah, it's Nerdy Crafter. She's she does craft kits. She does reviews. She does toy reviews. Um, not like normal toys, but like um, usually like, toys related to art somehow. She does like miniature photography, like toy reviews where like you can buy like the mini toys, mini brands and things like that, and she'll do reviews of those. Mostly showing how like these things might be a scam because you spend like hundreds and hundreds of dollars on them and then you just get a whole bunch of duplicates, which is pointless. But it's really cool. Like she has a lot of really good content. Yeah, Christina, that would be really cool. The only thing is like the craft kit. Maybe I should do a video with my craft kit one day. But like, it had stuff that was really like hard to source. Like there wasn't a manufacturer making them. I had to find um people who specifically had these items, and sometimes months would go by before they were available. So it's really hard to do like in mass, like make a million kits. But I was making them. It was sort of like a very small business, like small thing that I was selling. Um, only some. Hi, Ian. Ian, you're late to the party. Yeah, yeah, she does. She waves sharp, pointy things at you. That's very true. Yeah, and she didn't even really like talk about her health issues a whole lot until way later. And I found out she has like a podcast channel that I didn't know about for a really, really long time. And I found that there's a lot of stuff that she had going on that I was like, oh wow, this explains so much. Um, but she seems to be pretty genuine. Like when you, she just seems like a nice person, basically. Yeah, the advent calendars. I love advent calendars, but yeah, yeah, holy carp, exactly. Hey, look, Ian, we made the soap. Look, it's like solid almost already because we've been sitting here talking. Ian is sus. Spaceman. Ian is very sus. If you're in doubt, just vote Ian off. That solves everything. It's probably him anyway. See, Ian just shows up and he gets voted off just like that. Ian, we should do I should do a live stream with making um the felted soaps and have Tamsin come on and pick out all the fibers. I know what I said. That's not what I meant. Right? It's like all these Freudian slips. It's like yeah, that and the was it Broken but Beautiful or something? She has a well, that was good. It is an awesome idea. I need to do like a live stream of assembling kits. That's really what I need to do. Jackie, you're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong. Yeah, I'm just waiting. Like, I know someday there's gonna be somebody that comes and watches my channel and tells me I'm making soap wrong, and they're probably right, but you know, that's okay. Because I mean, as you can see, it is soap in the end. Like this is now probably well, it needs more time, but it's basically almost there. Yeah, Broken but Beautiful. That's what I thought that's what the line was. And she had that salt shaker plush that was cute. Yeah, she is Felicia. I think you'd like her. She's really nice. She seems like a really genuine person. I mean, I've never met her in real life, but just from watching her videos, she seems like really nice, real positive person. She does a lot of different crafting stuff. She does do some resin. She has several like resin videos where her and her sister made like letter openers or something. Um, and they were experimenting, putting different things in the resin. It was pretty cool. And she also has some sort of like I'm sorry, I'm distracted here. My I have a blind cat and she's looking for my computer desk. She has her paw out and she's trying to find it, but the computer desk is over here with me and so she's completely confused. Like I've altered her whole entire universe because I moved the table that she likes to knock things off of. But let's see. Um oh yeah, about the nerdy crafter. She has some sort of physical like something going on with her back. I'm not sure exactly the details. I don't know if I should really be like talking about it on here, but my point in even mentioning it is that she kind of understands like what the rest of us are going through with like various illnesses and things and having good days and bad days and not always being able to be 100% and but still trying to get content out for our viewers and things like that. So she seems like a really nice person. Basically, it's somebody who kind of like is coming from the same place we all are. I'm just reading the chat here. That's why I'm quiet. Um, yeah, and Sika. Yeah, although we don't really get to hear a lot from Sika because it's all bleeped out. Yeah, the nerdy sister Sika or something. I think is what her channel was. Yeah, she mentioned having surgery. Um, I just don't. Unfortunately, I don't have time to like watch a lot of like videos and stuff from people. I try to watch stuff as I'm working. I have stuff going like while I'm editing, um, things like that. I will watch stuff, but um, just because of lack of time, I can't keep up with everybody. I think I mentioned already I work 3 jobs, so it's really hard for me to um, have a lot of leisure time, I guess. So yeah, yes, Stacy, indeed, she does have a potty mouth. Yeah, Christina. I think it does kind of surprise me that so many of us watch her, but I think part of it is just like we tend to gravitate towards things that are familiar to us, and I think that you know like with Felicia's channel, we have a really good community over there, or she's created this community. Really, it's the credit goes to her mostly, but Felicia's community is made up of so many nice people, and I think it's the same thing for Jackie. She seems like a genuine nice person, and so she's attracting other genuine nice people, and so it's just creating this. I think that's really what it is a lot of the time, because I noticed that when I do watch something on YouTube, a lot of times I'll find out that I'll look through the comments and I'll be like, oh, I recognize that name. And I think that a lot of times we kind of gravitate towards things that are most like ourselves, or at least most like the things that we like, or like, well, so there's something about it that we like. We're kind of creatures of habit or whatever. But yeah, the salt spreads everywhere. Yeah, and I think too her sense of humor too. Like I like her sense of humor. Yeah, Felicia, I think with Jackie, with Nerdy Crafter, I think that like she's a safe one to introduce. Like if you were to oh, you mean like they just wouldn't like the concept, or they wouldn't like the crafter? Yeah. Yeah, Sika's not on as much. I mean, to be honest, like completely full honesty here, I used to watch Jackie before she brought her sister on all the time, and it actually made it harder for me to watch her channel with Sika. Like I think Sika's really cool and she seems really sweet, and and she brings something different to the channel. But sometimes I just wanted to see Jackie like review the thing or complete the project or whatever, and then Sika was like purposefully like sabotaging, like she was bringing all this chaos, which made the video interesting, but also made it a little bit harder to watch because like there wasn't this flow of beginning, middle, and end. Now it was beginning Sika, middle Sika, end Sika. You know what I mean? It was like, and it's not bad. Like I don't mean it in a negative way at all, but it just sort of changes the dynamic of how those videos went. And so I think that that sort of attracted a different type of person, the people that like to see all that chaos and funniness and every other word. Like she bleeps out all the bad language, which is great. I appreciate that. So I mean that's great. But oops, I'm sorry. I think I'm hitting the microphone. But yeah, so she would bleep all that out. But also it made it like it made the videos a little bit longer. And so like if I have less time to watch a video, it made it harder for me to like sit and watch all of that, like because I just didn't have as much time. But it's not a negative thing. I don't want to portray that as a bad thing at all. But she did definitely add a different element to the videos. And so yeah, so sometimes it is really fun just to watch her goof off with her sister. Um, but then other times when you just want to see the review of the product, it's like you can't do that. Like it's like you have to watch it for the entertainment value, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So she brings like a different entertainment value. Their sense of humor seems to be a little bit different because they're different people. But yeah. But Jackie, like typically I can watch Jackie and just kind of like relax, and her jokes are funny, and I think she's really cool and this and that. Her sister, same thing, but she's less relaxing, is more there's a lot of visual humor, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. You have to kind of pay more attention. So it's a different dynamic, but it's not a negative thing. I hope I'm not making it sound bad because it's not. I'm reading chat again here, just a second. Yeah, Sika does distract Jackie. Yeah. Hi, Ian. He got cut off again, huh? You got to do something about those internets. Like, go out and threaten them with the wrath of doom or something. No, get get Bandit. I think he's the one. But let's see here. Yeah, honestly, Felicia, like I think Felicia. Okay, so I don't know if she's even still here, but I think honestly, people watch you because of you. It's your personality. Um, you're really sweet. You're really considerate to everybody. Like you go out of your way to say hi to every single person to the point where like you'll stop everything to make them feel welcome. And I think it's your hospitality really that makes people watch, like makes people want to watch your channel so much. So like like Christina's saying, like we literally make you, I mean, we would literally watch you doing chores, making your bed. Like we pretty much just because it's great just to sit in you're funny and you're fun to just to hang out with basically. So I think if you did want to like feature other crafters or you know I mean pretty much anything you did. Now the YouTube algorithm as everybody calls it, might say otherwise. You might have because you have a lot of people who watch your channel that don't hang out in the live chat. So you're going to have people watching your channel just because they want to see a project completed or they want to see a technique done or something like that. So you're going to get a lot of those people who probably wouldn't watch those other videos. But the people who hang out in the live chat, I think they literally would watch you no matter what you did. My felt, yes. Every time something ruins her felt, oh, no kidding. I tell you, every time something spills, my felt and Sika every single time. I think Sika like secretly does things on purpose to like damage the felt just to get a reaction out of her, which works out great in the videos. It's like freaking hilarious. Although part of me feels bad for Jackie, but then I'm like, yeah, she can just get new felt. It'll be fine. I'm gonna move this out of the way. We had a request, a what do you call this? Come here, baby. A whoops, my microphone. Um, I can't think of the word. Uh, no, celebrity appearance. That's what I was looking for. Okay, let's see. So, anyways, Ian asked about a cameo. Here, bing, 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 bing. Hey, sir, you want to say hi? Look up here. Your fans await you. Yeah. He's like, you woke me up for this. Look at those ears. Look at this attitude. Here. Yes, yeah. Stretch. Sit down, sir. You got to tell us about it. No, no, you don't want that. I had to move all the soap out of the way so he didn't get involved. There you go. Good boy. All right, let's see. You want to introduce other crafters that you would like to show, but you're unsure that your subscribers would enjoy it as well as resin. I think, like I said, I think that the people who watch your live streams, I think they definitely would. But I mean, the only way you'll know is if you try. You can do one video and see how it does. If it bombs, then don't do them anymore. If people like them, I mean, the only way you'll find out is by trying. Just like all my soap experiments. Like, what does this smell like? I don't know. Let's just dump it in and see what happens. And sometimes it turns out great, and sometimes it's a total bomb, but it's still soap in the end. So I don't really care. And just like with you, like if you try something and people hate it, like then just do something. Then just don't do it again. It's not gonna. I don't think it'll hurt your channel because the people who watch you for you are gonna watch it no matter what you post. Um, yeah, yeah. Some people do have separate channels. That is very true. I actually have a separate channel for the cats. So, like how to take care of cats channel. So, um, just reading this again. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a separate channel for the vlogs. I noticed a lot of people do separate channels for vlogs, a lot. But yeah, it does mess with the algorithm. And if you're trying to do YouTube, oops, sorry, if you're trying to do YouTube as like a career, then it makes sense to do a separate channel. But I mean, if your videos featuring other crafters are part, I mean, it's still crafting, which is what you're doing. It might be along the same vein enough to where you don't need to do a separate channel. I would just try it and see what happens. What's the worst that can happen, right? Yeah, I would try doing the video before you go through all the trouble of making another channel, because another channel is a huge commitment. Because you're gonna have, if you have a separate channel, you're gonna have a separate audience. Like a lot of times, I don't watch the vlogs. Like for example, the Nerdy Crafter, I don't always have time to watch her vlog videos, but I do like, I love her reviews, because I definitely sit, I go through the store and I wonder, hey, is this kit going to be any good, or is it just going to be awful waste of money? And that's something that, even as a kid, that was something that I dealt with. Was, I wanted a kit, or I wanted some art supply, and I didn't know if it was any good. And before we had YouTube and stuff, it was a total gamble. So watching her review those is really cool. But I don't always have time to watch her vlogs. I do watch them, but not always. I just, you know. Um, so I have a couple different cat channels. The one I'm working on now is focused just on like cats. We get a lot of like rescues. So so one of the things I do is I volunteer for a shelter, and I'll take in um like the kittens that are, like, maybe the mother cat died or abandoned the kittens for some reason, and I'll bottle feed them. And so I started a channel explaining how to bottle feed, because there's so few people who can do it, just because they don't know how. It's not hard. It's just, people don't want to do it because they don't know how to do it. So that channel is called the Ear Wiggle, because, and I named it that because when a kitten nurses, like from a bottle or from its mom or whatever, their little ears wiggle. It's really cute. It's the most adorable thing. So it's called the Ear Wiggle. So if you want, you can go check it out. I don't have a whole lot of videos up yet. I have some that I need to edit and post. It's just, but yeah, I have some videos there. Yeah, Felicia, definitely talk to them and see what they think. I mean, I would just say try a couple of videos on the channel, see what kind of feedback you get from it before you start a whole new channel, because you might get some really good ideas. So if you do end up making another channel, you'll get some ideas that'll kind of help jumpstart it. Because really, like, you're doing resin, like soap making is expensive, especially since I try to use organic oils, but um, resin has to be more expensive. And if I was to try, if I wanted to make a resin channel, I would want all the feedback I could get before I started, because it would be so expensive to just do as an experiment. Oh, antisocial. Well, Stacy, when you bottle feed kittens, like if you watch the channel, you'll see, like, the tiny kittens, when they're very small, they live in a plastic tub. They don't really, like, they're too small. They don't wander about. And then when they get older, when they start moving around and they're old enough to, like, maintain, the reason they're in a plastic tub is to maintain their body, to regulate their body temperature, because they don't regulate their own body temperature until they're at least 3 weeks old. And then after that, they can start regulating their own body temperatures a little bit easier. When they start becoming more active and they can start getting out of the plastic tote, you get it's like a fabric. It's basically a playpen, but it's made out of like this fabric mesh, and it has like a top. It's like it zips up. And it folds. They're nice. They're compact. They fold up, and you keep them in there. So the other cats, never come in contact with the kittens, and then you only have them for a few weeks, and then the shelter takes them back and adopts them out. So it's not like they don't become part of the family unless they become foster failures, and then that's a whole other thing. Oh yeah, Jackie. Yeah, she's from Egypt. She says, I think, if I remember correctly, she said that English is her third language, right? Wasn't it? Because didn't she speak like Arabic or something, or something else? And then, like, she came to Canada and then spoke French, maybe, or maybe that's her fourth language. I don't know. She speaks a lot of languages. She speaks more than I do. Hi, Tanya. Wow, you're in Australia? Oh yeah, Stacey, that's like the worst way to introduce cats is to get a whole bunch of cats and just put them in the room together and have them duke it out. Like that's probably why your cat got traumatized. That's not good. Is it still Thursday? Yeah, it is here. Yeah, Felicia, that's true. Yeah, and that's why like when you had that live and you're like you're just trying to keep me on the live asking questions about your old job and this and that. Like I was genuinely curious. I mean, I might have been trying to keep you on longer, but seriously, like that. I mean, I'm genuinely curious because I know that you always talk about I don't know, like you do a lot of not so much anymore, but like when I first started watching you, because I started watching you before you were doing your lives, and you did a lot of like self degradation, or is that the word? Anyways, basically, kind of putting yourself down about things, and I'm like, no, like you're very smart, and I could tell you know a lot, and like genuinely, I'm interested in knowing like what you know, and just like anybody, like I think crafters have that in common, where we have a lot of interests and have a lot of like kind of like a jack of all trade things going on, where we have a little bit of knowledge in a lot of different areas, and it would be cool to see you make other stuff. But I think on your resin channel, like obviously it'd be better to keep that more resin focused. So if you did branch off into something else, um, or if like EC wanted to do a painting channel with his spray paints or something, like have his own channel, because I think he would do really well with that. That's a that type of painting is something that people like to watch a lot because it's like bizarre. Like you just see them spraying stuff and putting down bowls and papers and crinkles, and it's like, how is that going to look like space? And then it just magically does. Wow, the only island? Oh, only island state. That's really cool. I don't know very much about. I've never been to Australia. I don't know a whole lot, but I do have friends that live out there. Thank you for the good job. I managed to get it to work. That was my goal for today. Yeah, I know she was into Japan. Christine, I know she was into the Japanese like culture and into like the anime and stuff. I didn't know she actually spoke Japanese though. That's pretty cool. It makes it a lot easier to enjoy the culture. Oh wow, Stacy. Yeah, I've wanted to do diamond painting. I've seen some of them. I've seen some of those diamond paintings that look really, really pretty. But then when I go and like look up reviews, it'll say this is what I expected and this is what I got, and it's like really terrible. So I wonder, I need to find a source where it's not like a scam. And I haven't, and I'm too afraid because some of the nicer ones are like over $100, and I don't want to. I won't until I have the money to spend anyway. But I don't want to spend $100 on a diamond painting and then get it and then find out that like it's like 4 pixels wide. I might have to ask you where a good source is. Oh, thank you, Felicia. Definitely need the thumbs up. Yeah, add it again. It's hard. I have to be really careful because I'll see a thing and be like, oh, I want to do that. That looks like fun. I can do that. And I mean, I can, but I just don't have the time to do it. That's the issue. Thank you, Stacy. What? Sir, you don't belong up there. What are you doing? Come here. Come here. See his ear? Come here, baby. See that the ear? It's like that because he was part of a feral colony. They do a trap neuter release. So what they do is they like trap the cats. They clip the ear and then release them. But he was really young, so the the person who found him, he actually got him as a kitten, and he was nice, so he got adopted out. I think the other cats were put back in the feral colony, but I don't know. Come here, baby. Don't eat that. That's not food. Let's see here. What are you guys saying? Oh, can I link my other channel? Yes. I think. Hopefully I won't lose the live. Hang on. Let's see. Hold on. I'll just do it this way. YouTube. Because it's a newer channel, it might not. Hold on. It might not show up on search. If it doesn't, I'll find another way to do it. Hang on. Oh, here it is. The ear wiggle. All right. Here you are. That's the ear wiggle. I'm just reading chat again to catch up here. Okay, Stacy, I'll have to look for that. I am on Facebook, but I don't really like read my Facebook feed. I only go through the back end and like post photos of my soap, but I don't really, and I'll engage with people who comment on it or whatever, but I don't really see the feed anymore because I just don't have time. He is eating my decorations, sir. That's not food, baby. Come here. Come here. What? My microphone. Okay. Oops. Let me try. What does it say here? Oh, at it again. Diamond painting is like they have this it's like a grid or whatever, and like it's sort of like paint by number, but you're using uh not gemstones, but things that like rhinestones basically to like fill in. It looks really cool when you're done. It's really pretty. Oh, let's see here. Yeah, Felicia, that would be awesome. I think is if you have time, Felicia, and if you feel well enough to do it, I would definitely say start new channels and do different things. That would be really cool to watch. Let's see. Whoops, chat is going crazy. Let's see here. What does it say? Yeah, yeah. Stacy just said that. Yeah, sorry. The paint my number about your paints use tiny beads called drills. Yeah, at it again. It's hard when like you want to hoard stuff and because it's like you don't want to give it up. It's like, oh, this is cool. I don't want to give it away or I don't want to give it up, and it is hard. It's like got to make room for new stuff sometimes. I have to do the same thing and it sucks. Just reading chat again. Ian. Okay, Christina. I'll have to check that out. Okay, good. You're able to find it, Christina. Yeah, and yeah, there's not a whole lot up there yet on that channel. Um, like I said, I just have to edit videos and put them up. Also, the next batch, I think what I'm going to do with the ear wiggle, is the next batch of orphan kittens I get. I will probably do maybe some live feeds or something of like showing like feeding them and taking care of them. It's really easy. It's just that in the beginning, um, they need to be fed like it goes by their age. So like when they're up until like 3 weeks old, they need to be fed every 2 hours. And then at 3 weeks old, you can feed them every 3 hours, and then 4 weeks old every 4 hours ish, including at night. So sometimes people will like if they have a spouse or somebody, one of them will do day feedings, one will do night feedings, or they'll take turns. But it's just for a few weeks, and then once they start sleeping, or once they start going like 4 or 5 hours between feedings, it's not nearly as bad because you're getting a solid chunk of sleep. Um, But yeah, the kittens usually turn out to be extra good cats because they've been raised by people, so they're very like they're attached to people, and they're like friendlier sometimes. So they just anyway they end up with very unique personalities, and I really enjoy doing it because kittens are cute, I guess. Purple Yang. Oh, yeah. So you have so Tanya, you have like two channels or like two accounts or something. Okay, Stacy. Yeah, I'll try to find it and then and request to join. Yeah, Stacy, that's the problem. Like anytime you get a channel, especially if or I mean a group, a Facebook group, especially if you get like popular, you'll get people that come like try to like take over, and they'll start like posting a bunch of random stuff. That's always really frustrating, especially if it's people asking for money or trying to sell stuff or whatever, and then other people don't like to see all that. So oh, on Instagram. Okay, I have. Let me let me see if I can find you on there. I could do like a follow back. Okay. Oh, it looks like Shauna posted on Nizumi Soaps. You guys should follow her too. She has some really awesome soap videos of her making like Scotty soaps of her little dog and a bunch of other like really cool soaps. I'm looking this up. Purple. Aha! I think I found you. I will follow you back. Awesome. Oh wow, you got a lot of cool stuff. I like your nails. Oh wow, you do some high top soaps. See, yours look good. I need to practice with the frosting. I definitely need to. In fact, I went to the store to get a frosting, like an actual, like frosting, like the frosting bags and like with the tips and everything. And walked out of the store, and I was like, and it was on my list. I wrote it down. I'm like, I feel like I'm forgetting something. And then got in the car, and then I was like, I started driving, and I was like, oh, the frosting tips. And so I was like, I'll just get them next time I go to the store. Maybe I should do that on a live. You guys want to see me like struggle the uphill battle that is high top soaps? That would be amusing for everybody watching me utterly fail at soap frosting. Okay, so Stacy, the soap. So this cube is it's like set like it's solid, but it's not like you can see it pushing. It's still a little bit squidgy. Um, Usually I wait a day, so I'll wait up to 24 hours. Depending, it depends on a lot of things like the recipe. Like when we did that beginner soap, um, it was like 100% olive oil. That one, usually those take longer. I'll wait more than a day because they're really soft. But these that have some hard oils in them, I can cut them as soon as like 8 hours sometimes. Um, in fact, I need to put that in the oven so it can see pop. But I mean, see pop oven process. And anyway, so yeah, I put it in like a warm spot. That'll help the colors really pop. Um, and to me, in my opinion, it seems to help the soap set up faster, especially since it's really cool in here. I don't usually turn the heat on in the house to very high, so um, putting it in the oven will help it firm up faster. But yeah, usually 8 to 12 hours, or 8 to 24 hours. I mean, I try not to go more than that because if I go over 24 hours, then it makes it really hard to cut. So if I was to cut this soap on a live stream, I'd have to do it tomorrow. But it depends on the soap recipe. So this one that I use, like my basic like default recipe, I can cut it in less than 24 hours typically. But then after that it has to sit for a few weeks to cure. So usually I try to get my soaps to cure for about 6 weeks before I sell them, just so that they've had a lot of time to lose their water weight, and it makes them last longer. Wow, cake decorator. Well, no wonder you can do the high top soaps. That's awesome, Tanya. My grandpa used to do hold on. Excuse me. My grandpa used to do decorating cakes. He taught me something. I don't we never did like frosting. How do I explain it? The frosting we did was different. It wasn't like the high top, but um like what you would. It wasn't the stuff you'd see like in a bakery. But I'll give you guys. Do you guys want to see a sneak peek of a soap that video that I'm editing later? I can show you guys a sneak peek. It relates to the frosting. Yeah, Stacy, exactly. Yeah, you demold it and needs time to cure. But for soap, it's because it needs to lose its water. Okay, so Stacy says sure. Let's see. So see this here, this like basket weave design. This is the kind of frosting like we did the outside, did like a basket weave. This is not done with a frosting. This was done with something else that you'll see in the video, but this is what it reminded me of. So that's kind of the sort of thing that I did with frosting was stuff like that. My grandpa taught me, but I never did like the um like in the bakeries where you'll see like the cakes that have like the big globs of frosting on top that they use like a fancy tip. It looks like it's like this pretty little, I don't know what to call it, like a glob, and then they'll put like a decoration on top, like a cherry or whatever, or those great big flowers. But we did like those sugar. Um, I think it's made out of like sugar and egg white or something, and then, but it's not like frosting. It's like it almost makes like stained glass out of candy, basically. And we did stuff like that. That was the sort of stuff that I decorated the cakes with. So anything involving a piping bag and like making the frosting tall is just completely foreign to me. I need to learn though because I want to be able to do more with the soaps. I like to learn new stuff. I'm just reading the chat again. Yeah, add it again. It does take patience. I found that it takes like a really steady hand and a lot of strength in your hands. I have arthritis, so it's really hard for me to have like that massive like bag of frosting and do like perfect even um like I don't know what they're called. I don't want to keep calling them globs of frosting because that sounds really unattractive, but they're pretty, but I don't know what to call them. But basically like the you know little decorations of frosting, especially when the icing or the soap or whatever starts to harden up. That makes it even harder on my hands, and like I literally just can't do it. So um so that's why I typically will do like other designs like on the soap itself, like this one with the fork, how we just did like the fancy lines on top and stuff. But I do like decorating, like the decorating cakes and stuff. Um, I think it'd be if I had more time, I would be doing all that. I just don't have time. Yeah, it does cramp your hand. That's right. If you have to really you have to pace yourself, and there's a lot out there that I have to learn. And I think having the right tools makes a huge difference. Like I did that stuff without one of those, the cake stands that spin so you can decorate them. Like I didn't have any of that. So decorating a cake was like when I say done by hand, I mean like literally just every single thing was done by hand, and it just was harder on my hands than it needed to be. That's a good idea, Tanya. Just half filling the bag at a time. I should just try that because they do get heavy when they're full, and then like they get bigger as they go up because it's like triangle shape, like obviously, but like so at the top end of the bag, it's really hard for me to hold it. Caulking gun type cookie press. Oh yeah, yes, I have seen those. I have a clay extruder that's kind of the same thing, but it's not like a caulk gun style. It's like you twist it, and that works really good because it doesn't hurt my hands. Um, but the caulking gun one, I guess I could get that. I mean, but I would need time to make cookies. But that would definitely be a tool I could use. Let's see here. Used to make the tie edged fleece blankets. Oh yeah, those are cool. We have one of those. Where's that blanket? Will you hand me the patched blanket with the tie-ins? Um, yeah, it hurts. It will like I do like sometimes I'll do like crocheting. I tried knitting and stuff, and it does like it hurts my hands after a while, or leaning over to it hurts my back. Are you talking about these blankets where you tie the ends like this and make like the blanket? Like this is all bunched up, but it's a blanket with like the little. It's like the fleece with the tie-ins. Yeah, yeah, those blankets. Yeah, when you bend over, having to bend over and work on something like that for hours is just it is brutal. I have to I sound so lazy. When a lot of the stuff that I do that's not soaping, I have to work sitting at the couch just because then I can put like a pillow behind my back and it forces my back to arch properly so that it doesn't hurt as bad while I'm working. But um you just find ways around it. But yeah, I wouldn't be able to do those kinds of projects long term because eventually like having to work or if they're heavy and having to lift them like hold it up with my arms, the strain that puts on my back, that'd just be terrible. I wouldn't be able to do that for a while, for more than a few minutes probably. But I like to do short like crochet projects while I'm doing something else, like if I'm listening to something. um I'll do like crochet things like scarves and whatnot. I used to crochet blankets, but it's just too hard a lot of the time. If I don't have, it sounds so stupid, like I want to sit down and crochet a blanket, but then I have to stop and take a break from from doing a leisurely activity. It just seems silly. Oh, that's cute, Stacy. Sounds like your cat. Yeah, it's so funny like how many people do like art projects or crafts or whatever, like, and then their cats take over, and it's like, well, I might as well just make this for my cat then. Oh, that's cool, Stacy. Yeah, Ian's sister also does work with fiber, with yarns and stuff, but she actually spins the yarn out of, I don't know, just the fiber. I don't know what, like, I guess this might be the wrong word, but the rovings. I don't know. I am not super up on all the lingo, but I watch her do it, and it's really cool. Hey, your dogs take over. Yep, but it's funny. We do stuff. Um, our pets take over, but it almost makes it like gives us almost more purpose, like more reason to do those crafts because the pets appreciate it. Because sometimes I think that family gets over. I know that like my family, a lot of times just overwhelmed with all the soap. It's like here's some more soap. But it'd be nice if the pets would appreciate. I don't know why my cats don't appreciate the soap as much as people do. Delirium fiber arts. I'll have to look it up. I have to do it on Google because Etsy doesn't let us look up, or doesn't let me look up channels easily. Let me see if I can find it. Delirium Fiber Arts. Is it a like a shop, or is it on Etsy? Oh, here it is. Small batch hand dyed yarns. I will favorite that shop. If it'll let me. There it is. Oh yeah. Oh, she's got those cute yarn bowls. I need to get a yarn bowl. I need to get a yarn bowl so that when I do my crocheting, it's not like rolling all over the place. Cats are funny. I think all of our pets, cats, dogs, and everything, they just have like a mind of their own. They're all like off in their own little world, and they do the cutest things sometimes. Oh wow, Felicia. Yeah, crocheting blankets is so nice when they're done, but they take so long. I tried making blankets out of like thicker yarn with using like a larger hook and stuff, and that really helps my wrists. I think that's really it. It's not that it takes so long; it's just how much like how painful how painful it is. But it's still fun to do. It's like you do it despite the pain because you still enjoy it. Okay, Stacy, I'll tell her. Yeah, you guys should check out her shop. She has, if you like yarn, she has some really cool stuff. I would tell you all to check out Felicia's channel, but I think you guys are all pretty much from Felicia's channel. If you're not, you should go over there and check it out. Buy the yarn and have her do all the work. I see. Crocheting, I find, is if you're just going to do like a really simple stitch, it works up faster. So it's faster than knitting, at least for me. I knitted one blanket, and the only complaint I could say about the knitting is I feel like the needles need to be longer because I want to make the blanket wider. And it's harder. So I've seen like people who had knitting needles that had like a cable attaching them, so you could do like a much larger piece. But I never really got into that because I just didn't have. I just by the time I discovered them, I just didn't have time to do knitting anymore. But knitting has a totally different like the stitches are constructed differently, so it has like a different feel and a different look. Um, but I like crocheting. The nice thing about crocheting is you only have one hook versus two needles, so it's like I've lost knitting needles before, and then you can't use them because you need two, and things like that. But um, I don't know. They're both good, and they're just good for different reasons. But I think crocheting is since you could literally learn one stitch and crochet something, it's a little bit easier, and you don't have to worry about dropping stitches as much as you do with like knitting. So they all have their pros and cons. But if you want one, like if you wanted to try one and you wanted something that would work up fast so you could like finish your project sooner, like if you're making a blanket or a scarf, I would say try crocheting and get a big needle or a big hook, I mean, and start with a thicker yarn and uh, and then just go for it. Because once you finish one project, you're like, oh, this is easy. I want to try something new, and then you start trying, patterns and different stitches and making like shells and granny squares and whatnot. And then you're like, oh, this is easy, and then you want to try knitting, and then good luck to you after that. Yeah, Felicia. So you use one nook for crocheting, right? You don't use one hook for knitting, because I think I don't know. Can you knit with only? I guess you could if you used your arm. I've seen people like do the knitting with like their arms with that giant yarn, but I've never actually seen a completed project with it. I don't know if it's like a real thing. Stacy. Yeah, that's true. They will. If you have a cat, they want to play with the yarn. That doesn't help. That was something else I liked about crocheting is like if the cat pulled the yarn and unraveled my project, it was really easy to find my place and just pick up where I left off. But with knitting, like you could literally be left with a hole in the middle of your project and not even know how it got there. Can you tell I can drop stitches? Like I'm good at dropping stitches. Yeah, crochet, Felicia. Yeah, if you have one needle, that sounds like that's what it would have been. I like I do enjoy it. See, I could just start a crochet channel. I'd be really bad at it. I'd be really bad at the crocheting because I'm like, I don't know what this stitch is called, but it makes a blanket when you're done. I don't know any patterns or what they're called. I just keep making loops and then eventually I have a blanket. But if you guys want a real crochet channel, like basically not one that I would be doing, there's one called the gal's name is Hecnanuga. I think her channel is Hecnanuga 1, like the number one, and she has a lot of really good beginner like tips and stuff. And she does everything. She makes like hats and blankets and slippers and just everything. Oh yeah, add it again. That is really frustrating. It's harder when you're making it for somebody else because then like if you mess up, then it really sucks. You're like, man, I wanted this to be nice, and now look what happened. It's always harder when you want to make something for somebody and then it doesn't turn out perfect because you're like, I don't know, maybe you guys feel the same way, but it's like if it doesn't look good or if I don't think it looks good, then I feel like the person is gonna take it personally, like, oh, you gave me this less than perfect thing on purpose, this is what you think of me. But maybe it's just me. Yeah, Felicia. Yeah, I don't know the name of the stitches. I don't know what I'm doing. All I know is if I make extra loops, it does this. And if I make a whole bunch of stitches in one spot, I get this cool, like, ruffly look on the edges. But it's fun and it turns out pretty. And I like it. So I guess I don't need to know what they're called. But it makes me just look like I don't know what I'm talking about because I mean I don't know what I'm talking about, but it also makes it look like basically I wouldn't be able to teach other people because I would just be teaching them like mm, how to describe. There was an episode I don't really watch TV, but a long time ago I saw this episode of Friends where I think it's Phoebe maybe she was teaching somebody how to I don't know the names of everybody, but she was teaching somebody how to play guitar and she had like these wacky names for things like this is like the crow's foot thing and this is something it's like all these totally like wrong things basically. It wasn't, and the person she was teaching was getting frustrated because he wanted to learn like what the actual names of like the finger positions were and stuff, and she didn't know. She was making up all these like random names she could play the guitar, but she couldn't really teach anybody. And that's how I am with like crocheting and stuff is, I know how to do it and I can stitch and I can make a blanket or something, but I couldn't for the life of me tell you what this was called, and I'm probably doing a lot of them, technically incorrect, but just because it's, that's not what a single stitch is called, or that's not how you do a, double crochet, that's not how you do it, but I end up with a blanket in the end, so I don't really care. But teaching somebody would be would be terrible because they would not end up they'd be able to make a blanket in the end, but they wouldn't be able to like read patterns or anything. Oh yeah, Stacy. Yeah, if you can get the back to look as nice as the front on cross stitch, that's awesome. I have a bunch of cross stitch patterns that I or cross stitch projects that I did, but I didn't make the backs look nice because I would always end up with like a thread that snagged or something, and then I just got so frustrated because I didn't want to have to cut the thread and start all over, so I just let the back look ugly. And yeah, nobody would ever compliment me on the back of my cross stitch patterns, but the front looks okay. Yeah, it is, and it's hard on the eyes too, because especially if you're using like a natural fabric or something where it's not like the cross stitch fabric, like you have to hold it really close and look, and yeah, it can be really hard on the eyes too. It was Phoebe. Okay. Yeah, I don't a chain and I don't know what else. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is a chain stitch and I don't know what this is. This is double crochet. And then somebody's like, that's not a double crochet, you're doing it wrong. And I'm like, well, I got a blanket in the end, so oh, she was teaching Joey. See, I don't even remember. I didn't really follow that TV show. I would catch episodes once in a while, like if I was at if I was at someone else's house and they were watching it or something, and I happened to catch that episode, and I just remember thinking, like, either that person needs to just relax and learn the guitar and not care about the fingering, or they need to get actual lessons from somebody who knows how to play. And I don't know. I guess it just depends on like what your end goal is. You know, if somebody's end goal is to be able to read crochet patterns and read and write crochet patterns, they need to talk to somebody else because I can't. Like I can figure out a crochet pattern, like, but I couldn't teach that to somebody. I'd be woefully insufficient. Yeah, playing the guitar would be kind of cool. I do want to learn an instrument, but I mean, again, my issue is just not having any time. And I have way too many interests, way too many, like, too many interests in things that don't earn me a living. So I have to, I have to get my life together first. Yeah, Stacy, that would be cool. Mine are packed away somewhere. I need to find them. I like making the cross stitch patterns. I think cross stitch is almost like, you know what you could do, Stacy, is those diamond paintings. Those could like just transfer that over to cross stitch pattern because basically it's the same thing. It's just one is like you're using, I forget what you call them, but the things, the little shinies that you're putting on the diamond painting is just like a stitch on a cross stitch. Yeah, too many interests. It's hard. It really is. But I've been really good about limiting myself because I will jump in with both feet. Like if I see something I'm interested in trying, I will go out and buy all the things so I can do, cuz again, like we were talking about like cake decorating, if you don't have the right tools, it's it slows you down and it just it's so I don't like that. I don't like being, because I know I'm going to, if I'm going to be in pain or not. If I see something and I'm like I think that's going to hurt me, then I will get all the right tools, but it's expensive and it's time consuming. So I've just had to learn to, not spend the money unless I was absolutely sure that I was going to do the project and, and be able to spend time on it. All right, Felicia, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Okay, at it again. Have a good night. Yeah. Yes, 007. We're still alive. Somehow. Yeah, Tanya, it's so easy too. Like, somebody's like, if I see somebody doing something and they're enjoying it and it looks like something I could do, and especially if it's something that complements something I'm already doing. Like if I'm already doing soap and I'm like, oh, I could totally make lotion or I could totally make, whatever. I'll get all the stuff so I can, I mean, I have equipment here so that I can make different types of bath and body stuff, but do I have the time? No. Do I really want to buy all the special ingredients because and find and also source them all organic, because that's a lot of people like the organic stuff. So, but it's so time consuming and very expensive. So I'm very very careful about, especially now I'm very careful about what I branch out into, because if it's not something that people want, like if I end up with 600 gallons of like hand lotion, like it's not going to do me any good just sitting on my shelf. So if it's not something that somebody wants to buy, I have to be really careful what I branch out into, because um just because I love something doesn't mean that my audience loves it, and I have to really keep that in mind. It's hard. No, Stacy, I did not expect this to go so long. I was like, oh, this will be 15-20 minutes, and then no, I didn't expect it to last this long. I definitely did not budget my time well, but that's that's totally fine. Yeah, Tanya, I love making lotion. I love making I used to make body butter. I had a lot of people here who love the body butter. Um but it is expensive to make, and I don't have a stand mixer or anything. I have to do it by hand. And then when the weather warms up, it melts. And so I have to find, and I don't want to fill it with a lot of waxes and stuff because the people that they like the feel of it without the wax. So um yeah, I do it now, like I'll do it for special orders, but I don't make it and keep it on the shelf anymore. Just reading the chat again. No 007. We didn't make another soap. What I did was I put the extra. I think you saw me put the extra in here, and then I did a sneak peek. I don't know if you were here for the sneak peek, but I did a sneak peek of this soap that I made, and I'm going to be cutting that later and then editing that video. Let's see. Yeah, thank you, Stacy, so much for hanging out with us. Definitely go eat. Don't starve on account of me. I should definitely. Actually, I need to go eat too, but I'm distracted clearly, so I'm not going to. Oh, yeah, 007. It was this one. We haven't cut it yet. It's still in the mold. It was just a sneak peek. I'm gonna that's gonna be a separate video, and then I'll edit it and put it up. I don't and it's for the one that we made. The one we made is over here. If I do a live stream of me cutting it, I would have to do it tomorrow because it can't sit in the mold more than like 24 hours. Otherwise, it'll be too hard to cut. It could damage my cutter. I have definitely broken my cutter wires because I waited too long to cut soaps. I knew better. I just got distracted. Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad. I was happy with how it looked. I just hope that when I cut it, it'll still be pretty. Sometimes when I cut soaps, I'm like, oh, I shouldn't have ruined it by cutting it, but it's also like, what do? You got to cut it into bars. So, well, I think everybody is needing to go to bed or eat or do other various things. Yeah, thank you for coming back and saying hi again. It's great, and I really do appreciate you guys all hanging out. Like I didn't know, who was going to show up, and I didn't know how long this was going to go. I just decided this would just be like a test just to see if you guys enjoyed it, and I'll definitely plan some more of these if you guys want. And I really do appreciate you guys watching. It's been a lot of fun being able to chat with you guys. What time is it in America? I'm on the East Coast, so it's 11 p.m. But we have different time zones, so if they're on the West Coast, it's probably 8 p.m. I think. But I'm on the East Coast, so it's 11. Good night, 007. I'm just reading chat again. Is there anything else you guys have questions about before we go? And also, leave any comments of things you'd like to see um, about, like if you want me to make something other than soap, or if there's a certain kind of soap you want me to make or something. Some of the stuff I have to prepare ahead of time for the lives, like the oils. I have to get those weighed out and melted and stuff. So if you guys leave comments, then I can have it prepared for the next live. Yeah, 3 p.m. That's pretty good. But yeah, that's good because it's not super late over there. But isn't it summer for you guys? So I have a question because like I said, I have some friends in Australia, and for Americans, because it's getting into winter and it's getting close to Christmas, and I know that everybody celebrates. Well, if you celebrate Christmas, you know you're going to celebrate it in December, but it's summer over there, and over here, um, Santa is always depicted as riding in a sleigh, and he's got a warm coat on, and I and this is a stupid thing to wonder about, I suppose, but like they wouldn't obviously have him depicted that way in Australia, would they? I mean, I remember asking a friend about that, and they said that normally, like they have him more as like a beach theme or something. Is that true? Like, do they just have Santa Claus like on vacation or something? Like how? I guess I assumed like internationally he would be just depicted the same way, but it's kind of interesting. I guess I'm wondering how it's different there, how they how Christmas is like handled and celebrated over there because it's not the winter time. Because over here it's like the focus is like all about winter and snow and hot cocoa and blah blah blah, and I don't think that would fit very well in the summertime. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah, I think Santa would die of heat stroke. That's kind of cool though, because I'm always curious about like how things are done. Like if it's something that's kind of widely known about, like Christmas, it's always celebrated differently in different countries. And it's really cool that you guys do like solids and cool drinks instead, because that I mean that would make sense, but because I've never been there to experience it, I wouldn't know. So that's kind of cool. Maybe I should just like look it up on YouTube and see if anybody's showing their Australian Christmas celebrations. That'd be cool. That's cool. So what would you guys make then, like for like if you have a hot Christmas lunch? Like cuz I know here a lot of times people do, turkey or ham or something, and then they have like potatoes and um, pies, gravy, things like that. I know it's like all like based on like marketing anyway, but it's still kind of curious to me. Ooh, trifle. I love trifle. Yes. I should I should have some free time so I could make trifle again. I like trifle a lot. That was a good one. So it sounds like you guys have a lot of the same stuff that we do. That's kind of cool. It just fascinates me because like you're literally on the other side of the world from us, and it's just neat to see the things that are the same and the things that are different. I don't know. I think sometimes I think it would be fun to travel just to kind of experience, just meet different people and experience different things. But then I'd have to get on airplanes and fly around, and the state of the world probably not a good time to do that. Well, it was. I am so glad that seafoods and cold meats and salads. That sounds really good too. I like seafood a lot. And cold meats like cold cuts or um I don't know, that all just sounds amazing. Of course it's food, so it's going to sound good. I think holidays are like one of the great things about holidays is that you can have all this different food um and nobody judges you for indulging. And people go out of their way to make fun, interesting things, like things that are just that you save for the holidays because they're special. Um, but yeah, I think it's probably a good thing I don't have more time to cook because I would definitely want to make stuff like that more often and probably not healthy. Yeah, one day of indulgence, exactly. Oh, I like your orchids. Oh, the ice cream soaps that you put in the with the clear, that looks really cool. I think it would be awesome to be a chef, but I think that I would um how do I put it? I would want to eat all the things I made. Let's just put it that way. So it's probably not a good idea. But but cooking and baking is, I don't know. I feel good whenever I do it. Whenever I make a meal, for like the family or whatever, it always makes me feel happy. But I don't think I'd ever reach like chef status. But definitely I enjoy the process. But so I don't think I could ever work in a restaurant though because of the it just seems like a very high stress environment. But I also think it's interesting how many things are kind of connected, like cooking and making soap and things. There's so many similarities, and we'd use a lot of the same tools, like the immersion blenders and molds and things like that we can use in cooking as well. Yeah, and You do need to try it. You make that was something like when I was when I was growing up, I had a lot of people discourage me from doing that because they're like, oh, you don't want to take in the extra calories tasting the food. And I'm thinking, how many calories could be in tasting the food? But that was something that um, I had people mention to me. But then also, like, how do you know what the food is going to taste like? You get to the end, it might be too late to add the seasonings. But baking is fun. I think cooking and baking they're so different. Like cooking, you can just throw whatever together and you have food in the end. But baking is more. It's more like soap, right? Like where you have a certain like um, you have to have things done a certain way, or it's not going to turn out right, right? Like you can't just make flour. I mean, excuse me, you can't just make bread by just throwing flour and a bunch of ingredients together and thinking it'll turn out right. There's steps involved, and you have to carefully measure things. And pastries and stuff are a little more fussy. Um, but I do like baking as well, but I never ever was. I was never a chef. I was never did it professionally. You had a restaurant for 12 years? That's awesome. That sounds so cool. Like a lot of work probably, but was it hard to was it hard to like give that up to like move on from the restaurant? Yeah, see that sounds like it was that would be really hard. I don't know what I would do if I had to give up, making soap and stuff cuz the arthritis does make it hard, but I do enjoy working for myself. I don't think I could really go back to a traditional job full time just because I work so much better, on my own, like on my own. But um yeah, I don't know. I'm liking everything about it, and I don't know. It would be really really hard just to go back to a traditional job full time, I think. Especially since, you were running it for 12 years. I mean, you must have really poured your heart and soul into that. Oh, thank you. You too. You should probably I don't know if you do you have like a YouTube channel where you stream on, because it would be really cool to have to watch you do like a live stream of some of your soaps or something. Or even your nails, like nail polish doesn't dry on my nails, so I can't really do nail art. Um so it always fascinates me to see what other people come up with. Oh my gosh. That's really bad. See, they found my arthritis in my spine also. I don't know what percentage of my body it's taken over, but I feel it. Like when I stand, like when I'm making those soap videos, my normal soap videos, I'm standing and the pain gets so bad that my back starts to feel numb. So I have to take like something to control the inflammation just so I can make the videos. And but it's okay, like it's manageable still, but I kind of wonder where I'm going to be in, 5 years or 10 years, what that's going to look like. Will I be able to continue um doing it the way I'm doing it? But I want to my hope is that I can get some equipment that'll help me with, the mixing or pouring or like the heavy lifting part basically, because that's the part that's so hard, is lifting and moving things. Oh yeah, the gel. I did gel. That does work. That does dry because obviously it's like I don't know what it's made out of. It's made out of magic. But yeah, I've gotten nail gel nails to dry. That does work. But um, but yeah, I I need to I need to be more careful with them. I tend to I don't know. I need to learn to shape them because they're all wonky looking. I should try it again. I should just try doing my nails again with the gel. I need to get more colors so I can actually do art because that's what I like. I like seeing the really fun, designs and stuff. But yeah, and it's kind of funny because I notice a lot of people who are into arts and crafts and things like that. They have some sort of like physical. At least maybe it's just because of the people I happen to follow on YouTube. Like we were talking about Jackie, the nerdy crafter earlier, and she has something going on with her back, and she's really into arts and crafts too. And it's just funny how like so many of us have some sort of ailment that really makes it hard. And um but I guess everybody has something going on in their lives that makes what they do difficult. But yeah, but it's like it's sort of it's an outlet for me though. Like if I wasn't able to make soap, or if I wasn't able to do something creative, I would just go nuts. Oh, Grinch nails, how cute. See, I love that. That sounds like so much fun, just to do your nails and change it for the seasons and the holidays and stuff. I used to have a lot of nail art, like decorations and stuff that I had collected, and just I tried using them, but when the nail polish just didn't dry, I just had to give it up. And then I did get gel nail polish. I did find that did help, but but that was right when they first well, when I first discovered them anyway. And there wasn't a whole lot of colors and things available. Yeah, I've been into arts and crafts since I was young also. I've been making soap for probably, geez, 3, 4, 5 or 6 years. 5 years, I want to say 5. Yeah, actually I started doing hot process. That was what I did first, and that was okay. um I mean, it was fine. But then um there was something I wanted to make specifically, and I forget what it was, or something specifically I wanted to make. And it was suggested to try it with cold process, so I tried cold process, and I was like, okay, this is okay, I can do cold process. And from cold process, then after that I tried melt and pour, but I started with hot process. Yes, the curing lamps and gel polish, they are like magic. I can paint my nails and cure them, and then they're done. I don't have to sit around for 2 hours and not touch anything because of my nails, only to like not have them be dry, 6 hours later. That was frustrating. But yeah, the gel polish makes it so much faster. They still chip like really bad. I think I'm just hard on my nails. Like I'm not either that or I'm doing something wrong, but they'll still chip really bad, but not nothing like the other polish. Like it actually dries and I can actually use it. So for a few days at least it looks nice on me. And then I have to redo them. Yeah, hot process is I did it in a crock pot. So um hmm, the benefits to my what I liked about hot process was I could pour it in a mold. Like I could do like shaped molds. Like I was using like train molds and things like that. And you pour it in the mold, and as soon as it cools off, so like I don't know, like half hour later, you could pop the soaps out and they're ready to go. And you still, I mean, you still want to cure them, but it's not like with cold process where when the soap comes out of the mold, it's still soft and you have to let it sit around for a little while. It's none of that. It's just it comes out of the mold and you're done. Um, the only downside was you have to kind of babysit it. So like cold process, I can mix it and pour it in the mold, and 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours later, I need to cut it. But no, but with hot process, like when it's ready to go, you need to be there to pour it in the mold. If you wait too long, you burn it. So that's the only problem is you have to babysit it more. But I liked it because I could pour it in the mold and use it immediately, and I didn't have to. I didn't have to wait for it to go through saponification because it does all of that in the crock pot. Yeah, I had a base coat and then I had the color and then the top coat. It's just something I think probably because I didn't grow up painting my nails a whole lot, so I didn't learn how to not damage my nails. And the reason I didn't paint my nails a whole lot growing up is because the polish just didn't dry. And yeah, I think that's part of it. And then also my nails are all different. Like you can see they're all different shapes and sizes, and they're also not very strong. So like they're not very strong. So my nails themselves break pretty easily. So I think they just need to be shaped properly, and I need to learn to be more careful with them. So it's probably a combination of different things. But I'm sure if I just, I don't know, looked up some videos on how to do it, I could make some improvements, but I just haven't had time. Yeah, cold process stays fluid longer typically, so you can do more designs. There is a way to make hot process more fluid by adding, like, I think it's lactic acid. So basically, like if you add yogurt or something to the hot process, it'll stay fluid longer, and then you can still do swirls. The colors, though, well, it just depends. It really, really depends. You can get very, like, designs that look very close to cold process to where people wouldn't even know they were different. But it's a lot harder to do. I mean, it's like you have to learn how to do it basically. I don't know if it's necessarily harder. It's just a new skill set. But um, I don't know. It's just a whole different thing. My only issue was having to kind of babysit it. Um, that, and also you're limited to the number of crock pots or hot pots or whatever that you have. So if you're using, like, if you have a pot that you're going to use on the stove to make it, or if you're going to use your crock pot or whatever, that's what your limit is. Whereas with cold process, I'm limited to the number of these little pots that I have. If I have 100 of those little pots, I can make 100 little pots of soap, and I just have to have something, a mold, to pour it in. um, and as you know, a mold can just be a cardboard box lined with paper. It doesn't have to be a silicone mold. So, but hot process, I was limited by the number of crock pots and things that I owned, and I didn't. That was another determining factor. That was another reason I switched to cold process. Was just I didn't like being limited to the one crock pot, and also having crock pots are not very cheap. So if you have a bunch of crock pots dedicated to making soap, and then you have a separate one dedicated to cooking food, it's kind of, I don't know, it's a little bit more expensive to get started, but I did like it. I really did, but I just didn't want to, have to babysit it so much. I have a lot going on, and it's very, very common for me to, um, I need to check the soap at exactly 6 p.m. and then at 6:15 I check the soap. You know what I mean? It's like I always have something that delays me, so something that comes up, and I just didn't want to risk all of my soap, so I just why I switched. And I had a lot of requests for things that were just easier to do with cold process, so that was another reason. Yeah, it's really easy. I mean, it's basically the same exact thing as cold process. The only difference is that you're doing it in a pot, like in a crock pot, and it seems so intimidating. Like when I tried it the first time I tried it, I remember I actually learned how to make soap from a book. I didn't go and learn on YouTube. I learned it from a book, and I was learning all about hot process, and um, it's one of those. For me, it was one of those things where I kind of stressed about it, and I had all this anxiety, like, oh, what if I mess it up? But it's like you still end up with soap in the end. It doesn't matter. It's going to get messed up anyway. Just fail once or twice, and then but I went and made it, and no, I ended up with some decent soap after the first try. um the only thing I would recommend is add your fragrance last, like right before you pour it out of like when you're right when you're about to pour it in the mold. Add your fragrance then, because if you add it before, you may actually cook off all the scent before you get to pour it in the mold. Yeah, we can get crock pots for $20 here too, but like I make a lot of soap, so I would I would have needed a whole bunch of them, and that's why it would get expensive. Plus, it's like this little pot here cost me like $1. But I would need multiple crock pots. Um, they're more expensive, so that's I don't know. And also, like I said, I had a lot of requests for things where people were like, "Oh, can you do this?" And it's like just easier in cold process to do that particular thing, like swirls and stuff were just easier. Um, yeah, I would just say like, look up, find either on YouTube or a book or something like how to do the hot process thing, and it's almost the same as cold process. You just have the heat going, and then I don't know if you gel your soaps or not, but I gel mine. So it's sort of like you're basically putting the soap batter through gel, and instead of letting it gel in the mold. So basically it's like it's gelling in the pot instead of gelling in the mold. And then you pour it in the mold when it's still kind of in that fluid gel state. Wow, that's a lot of studying. I don't think I went 2 years. I just I was curious about the chemical like process. Like how do liquid oils turn into a solid bar of soap? Like that just baffled me because there's no baking involved, right? Like with like a cake, you have this liquid batter that when you bake it, that's what makes it turn into firm. Well, hopefully not totally firm, but you know what I mean. Like it turns into cake. Whereas soap, you don't do that. You just mix the stuff together and it just turns solid on its own. And the chemistry behind it just fascinated me, and so that's what got me into it. And then also, of course, the whole creative outlet side. Um, and I really wanted to find a soap that wasn't like a detergent, because if you go to stores, most of the soaps there are going to be detergents, and I didn't like the way that soap made my hands feel. So I thought, well, maybe if I just start making my own soap, then I can find the perfect recipe for me. Um, so that was another reason, but mainly it was the whole, like the scientific chemistry weirdness behind how does this turn, how does it go from one thing to another? Because there's not a whole lot of things that we can experiment with that are like that, right? Like there's nothing in like art or whatever that you go from having oils, because soap is basically the oils are turning into salts, which is like so bizarre. And just that whole process just kind of fascinated me. So um I ordered some books, I looked into it, ordered some books, and I read the books, and I probably spent, I don't know, maybe a few months at most, really just kind of like learning how to do it. But I was so eager to get started that I don't think I could have had the patience to wait 2 years. I just have online. I don't have a physical location. I used to do a lot of craft fairs, but then when the pandemic hit, most of the craft shows either closed up, or we had fewer people attending and fewer people buying. We also had people who like, you would think the soap would sell really really well, and it kind of did, during the pandemic. But at the same time, when we would go to the craft shows, there would literally be people going around handing out free soap to, not just to the vendors but also to like other customers. And so, And it was like, it wasn't handmade soap. It was just like soap they got at the store. But they were trying to be nice. They didn't really. But then what happens is, people, if they think they're going to get free soap just for showing up, they're not going to buy the soap. So that kind of, I just thought it was bizarre, but that's okay. So I also stopped doing the craft shows because the sales were so up and down. Like I would have days where during the pandemic I would have days where I sold a lot and then days where like literally I sold nothing. So I had to sort of switch gears. Um, and instead of selling soaps at the craft fairs, I had to sell other things. Like I made cheese and sold cheese. Um, I sold plants, sold other things that were selling a little bit better. And I had my soaps there, but they were just sort of there. They weren't like the focus. And I switched more to online because that was so much easier during the pandemic. Was just to ship stuff to people. But I've had that shop for a while now. Yeah, it's nice to use. If you can get naturally made products easily, it always almost always seems to be better. Even things like getting eggs and stuff. If you can get the eggs from chickens that are like locally farmed and stuff, the eggs are better. I mean, just I think what happened is people got used to everything at the grocery stores being the same, and they like the consistency, and so there was really no like push, no reason to change um, for a lot of people. But then there's other people who really want to move away from a lot of chemicals and a lot of how do I put it? Trying to be polite, but basically they don't like what the grocery store has to offer, and then and it opened up this opportunity for people who have things like farms and stuff to sell more naturally grown produce and things like eggs and stuff. Yeah, people giving away soap. I mean, I don't think the person was being malicious at all. They really thought they were being helpful, and they were. But um, yeah, there's a lot of stuff, a lot of like weird etiquette things that go on at craft fairs, um, like if your booth is set up next to somebody else's booth, and that person is very like not impolite, but they're kind of aggressive about how they attract customers to their booth. They might literally be taking people away from your booth and dragging them, like enticing them over to theirs by, talking to the people, talking to the customers that are at your booth and stuff. So there's a lot of etiquette and stuff that, depending on who you're set up next to, um, can really affect your sales. And that's what's so disheartening, because when you go to a craft fair you don't necessarily know who you're going to be sitting up next to. And if the person next to you is giving away soap to all their customers, they come to your booth and they're going to be a lot less likely to buy soap because they literally just got handed a free bar. And so people don't always realize um you know how their actions are affecting the people next to them. And I've been that bad guy before, not on purpose, but there's been things that I've done trying to make the customer's experience better and accidentally having a negative effect on other sellers. And so when it was brought to my attention, I stopped, and I realized. But yeah, I mean, everybody does it, but yeah, the pandemic really messed things up for the people who did craft fairs. I do try, and I do want to open up. It would be nice to open up like a shop so I have a place to display and sell all my soaps. But um, I don't even have anybody right now who could man the shop. I'd have to find somebody to help me run the place while I was making soap. There's a lot of little things that I would need to get in place first. But I don't want to do anything until after the pandemic's over, because most shops, if you have to go into the shop, they're not doing very well. Or I mean, they're doing fine online because of course they're going to put all their stuff online. They do fine, but my point is like the shops don't get a lot of foot traffic because nobody really wants to go out. They're afraid. Yeah, I mean the people are nice. They're not doing it out of malicious intent at all. It's not like that. It's just um I would say just not being aware of like how their actions are affecting other people. It's more of like an accidental thing. And a lot of the people who do craft fairs here, they do it as a hobby. At least the ones that I've run into. It depends on the fair. But a lot of them they do it as a hobby. And so they're just there to kind of like hang out and they're not really there to like sell stuff. So they do a lot of things that probably aren't helping. Um like for example, giving out samples of food, right? You would think that if you gave a sample of your food, then the person might say, "Oh wow, this is really good," and then they'll buy it, and that's true. But the problem is, after they go to two or three booths and get free samples, then all the booths they go to after that, they're already full off of samples. So they're not gonna, people who buy food typically buy it because they're hungry. It's an impulse item at a craft fair. So it's sort of a double-edged sword. If you don't give out samples of your food, people are probably going to be less likely to buy it just because they want to try it, they want to taste it, But if you give out samples, then um, the customers are going to be more full and less likely to buy the food. So it's just things like that, like little things like at what point is giving out a sample, at what point do you say, okay, this is a bad idea? Yeah, yeah, having your own shop, it is a big responsibility. That's very true because you're just I would be so much, responsible for a lot more. I'd have to be there, a certain time every day and dealing with customers face to face, which is not necessarily bad, but just like you have to be there, you have to be present to do those things. And that's it is a huge responsibility. But that's awesome you guys haven't had COVID cases. I don't know of any locally right now here, but I also don't watch the news because it's depressing, so I don't really know what's going on out there. But um, I mean, I do, but I don't follow it closely. I guess is what I should say. But yeah, I avoid like the crowded areas, crowded enclosed area. Like I don't go to the movie theaters or anything just because I don't want to risk it. It's not worth it to me. Yeah, I mean that probably helps. And if you don't have, I don't know if you guys have closed off travel, but if you don't have anybody coming in, like if you don't have foreigners coming in, that probably helps a lot. I know that we restricted travel here. I don't really travel, so I don't know what the rules are right now. But I know that for a long time they shut down flights and things like that to kind of get things under control. Have you been to the states? Oh yeah, it's good that they've limited it at least. It's a lot easier to like control something if there's less traffic coming in. So that's good that they did that. The states, so the states are huge. Like you're right, it is a bigger place here, but there's also a lot of open space, a lot of just miles and miles and miles of just nothing, and then you'll have like a city, and then depending on where in the state you're talking about. So it's massive, and that's something a lot of times when people come here, they they don't realize, like if you want to see the Grand Canyon and you want to go to like Yosemite Park, or you want to go to New York or something, you can't do all that in one day unless you take an airplane, because it's that big. So a lot of people don't realize, you can't go from it just because they're used to things being closer together. Because if you think about it, like it just depends on where they're from, of course. But like a lot of times when people come here from Europe, they're used to being able to go, just take a little, drive from one country to another. It's like they're close; they're a couple hours apart. But here it's not like that. The states are maybe a few hours apart. There's some states that take most of the day to cross, because they're just big. Um, but that means that there's a lot. Like I said, there's a lot of empty space here too. So there's a lot to do, but it's spread out. So it kind of makes it harder. Like if you plan a trip here, you either have to plan to fly to all the like places you want to see, or pick one area and then pick things to do in that one area. So it's um, I don't know. I've been to Europe, and I haven't been anywhere. I haven't been anywhere like Australia or anything, but I have been to Europe. And one of the nice things about that is, about the countries that are being a little bit smaller, is that you can see so much in a shorter period of time. And so that was always really really nice. But yeah, it is a big place here, that's for sure. Hi Felicia, welcome back. We are discussing various topics still. Not so much creating, although the soap is creating itself. It is slowly becoming soap, moment by moment. Have you ever traveled anywhere, Felicia? Like to another country or something? Where did you go? Like, where did you visit? Thank you, Tanya. You have a great night. Oh, which video are you uploading? Did you make a little gravestone for Dis the Fly? London is nice. Um, there is, I will say, London was pretty cool. The places around London, though, like, um, hmm, how to describe? Uh, there's a lot of like parks. There's a lot of historical stuff to see over there. There's a lot. It's a really cool place to go. I don't know what it's like now because I haven't been there in a very long time. But when I was there, it's really pretty. Oh, nice. Yeah, the coasters, repurposed coasters. Yeah, you made a lot of really cool ones. I like those peppermint ones. Those came out really cute. And then I saw the black and gold set that you were auctioning off. Those came out really neat with the tape, the washi tape. That stuff is dangerous because you get one roll of washi tape and then you have to buy them all. You know, they're so pretty. Yeah, yeah, it's definitely worth vacationing there and travel like um after you see London, like drive around like the countryside and stuff. It's really pretty. It's really pretty out there. And also they have really nice parks. They I will say that the parks there are very nice. Um I don't know. There's a lot. It's hard to summarize, but there's a lot of history out there. Um like just I don't know. They preserved a lot of old buildings like the old churches, the canals. There was even things like just like there's just history sitting there like you wouldn't even realize what you were seeing. But like for example, there were some if you find some really old homes, some of them have bricked in windows, like not all the windows, but like some of the windows are bricked in. And I asked somebody about it, and they said that they were bricked in because at one time, a long time ago, there was a tax on the windows. So to avoid paying the tax, or just because they couldn't afford the tax, they would brick in the windows so that they didn't have to pay taxes on windows. So there's a lot of, just a lot of history out there. You ordered washi storage. That's awesome. Dedicated to that washi tape. That's what I like to see. It's gonna look so awesome. Hopefully, you do a video on your washi tape storage. Yeah, it's worth leaving. I mean, like if you can, if there's a place. I mean, the problem is America is so big, and I think we just get used to that. But you go to another place, and it's like you can drive for 10 minutes and be in a totally different area, and you can see so much. There's not as much. There's open space in other places, but um, like in England, there's a lot of open space there too, but it's not like here. And you can take a week or something and see probably all of England in a week. You know, you could hit all the major touristy things anyway. There's a lot to see out there, but it is so pretty. Yeah, and it's so easy to like places like that have because America. America hasn't been a country for very long when you compare it to places like, different European countries or, um, anywhere really, anywhere but here. There's not a whole lot of like historical buildings and stuff. So when you see an old building in America, it's not very old compared to, you can go to Europe and see, really, really old buildings. And so the history is literally just everywhere, scattered about. Um, like a lot of times people will try to excavate stuff out. Like they'll be, I don't know, looking for old things in the ground in Europe, and they'll come across all these ancient Roman artifacts because Rome took over so much of Europe, and so they're literally just finding history digging in their backyard, and that's not something we're used to here. Just because this country is, relatively new. Wow, 150 washi tapes. That's so awesome. See, now you're gonna have to buy 150 washi tapes so that everything is full and it has a nice, because you don't want to have empty gaps. Yeah, Egypt would be cool. I haven't been there. There's got to be. I mean, Egypt too. It's like so different. Um, I think would be so different from Europe, and like the culture and everything. Just everything is so different. That'd be really a really neat place to see. And Tokyo. Well, that's actually a pretty good collection there because if you went to England and then Tokyo and Egypt, like you'd be seeing a lot of different stuff because like those places are very far apart from each other and their cultures are very different from each other. It's not the same as like, three European countries or, three African countries or whatever. It's like it's a very good mix of everything would be so different. Yeah, filled to the max. Yes. All the washi tapes. You need to find. You know what? I bet when you travel around, you go to different countries, visit all the craft stores in all the different countries. You'll probably find a very good selection of washi tapes in all those countries. I bet they have different washi tapes than we do here. You could probably find some really cool stuff. And the cool thing about those places is their writing styles and stuff are different. So, and you know how we can get like washi tape that says like Merry Christmas written in English, right? But if you go to different countries, I'm sure you could find stuff written in their different country style, like their different language. I mean, not countries. What am I saying? In their different languages, and have the cool like I don't know. Doesn't have to say Merry Christmas on it, but it could say whatever. But it'd be really cool to have different washi tape with different words from different languages written on it. Wishful dreaming. Well, it's only wishful until it happens. I mean, there's got to be a way to make it happen somehow. Tell EC to get to work selling his art. He could probably go to those craft fairs I used to sell at and sell those boiled peanuts because I would buy them. You're going online to buy more tonight. There you go. That's the spirit. You could do like a lottery too. Like if you get washi tapes that are the same, you could take the extras and put them in like a neat little like box kit thing, and I don't know, sell tickets and then draw a number, give it away, make some money back. You have to learn what. Oh yeah, you have to learn what it says to tell people. Yep. Well, either that or just make it up. How are they going to know that you're lying? Just be like, and this one says that Felicia is the greatest. I mean, how are they going to know? Although if you really did get the washi tape with different languages on it, you can use your phone. Just use Google Translate on the phone, and use it'll use your camera to read what the writing says, and it can give you a rough estimate of the translation. Stuck in our own little world. It's a good world to be stuck in, though. I mean, come on, there's so many options out there. Why not this one? What am I doing now? I am making a half-hearted attempt to contain the clutter. I'm sort of like putting things away, and I don't know, nothing super exciting. I can't really make any more soap without melting down some more oils. I have some portioned out, but I was gonna make soap dough, but since the gals were saying they wanted to see me cut the soap that we made today, what I might do is try another live tomorrow. I'll cut the soap. That'll take like 5 minutes. And then maybe what I could do is make the soap dough with the rest of our time, because I need the soap dough to make, like, Love Yourself wanted me to make the that panoramic like soap bars, and I need more soap dough to make all the suggestions that she had. So yeah, it would take a lot of saving, but if you get you could talk to maybe like a travel agency, um or just even like look around on your own and see. I mean, and it just depends. If you know anybody who lives over there or have any family who lives over there, um who could help you find places that have better rates, because the problem is like things like hotels and stuff, a lot of times they just the ones that advertise are also the ones that charge the most, but usually local people know a little bit better about places that are cheaper to stay. um you can also like go camping too. I mean, that's another option, if you depending on, I don't know what's allowed out there, but I mean, you could try camping, and do, just different things you can do to kind of save money. And the plane tickets aren't that, I mean, they're expensive, but they're not the most expensive part. So getting there and getting back um is one thing, but like the real expenses in like the food and like a hotel or someplace to stay. Yeah, yeah, and I definitely would have my live after yours anyway, because I try to do it later in the evening so I get most of my work done, in theory. And also too, if you're going to London, either if you know somebody who lives near there that can kind of tell you the best places to visit. If not, then I really recommend like getting a tour guide or somebody, or at least again another like travel agency that can recommend where to go and what to see, because they can help you like see and visit the most stuff in the shortest amount of time. So basically, you can really get like a full experience, like see all the main historical sites, visit all the things that people like to see, and then you still have time in your trip left over to go and just kind of casually go around visiting. So there's, I don't know, traveling um can be a lot of fun. And you also want to, how do I put this? So a lot of times there's like tourist traps, like places that sell just kind of like the same thing that everybody else sells, and it's just kind of, you know, boring stuff. But if you know where to go, like if you just go to like the normal grocery stores and stuff, a lot of times you find things there that are like really actually like different and neat and fun. Like candy's a big thing, because they sell candies there that we don't have here. And you get to try things that you didn't even know existed, like just different flavors of candy, like you didn't even know that was a thing, and it exists and it's delicious. And candy is nice because it doesn't spoil. You can take it home with you, um, and it's relatively inexpensive. Um, and it's one of the things that I have found have been the most unique traveling around is that candy is something that is very different depending on the region. Um, let's see here. Just reading what you wrote. EC's not getting in a plane. You could take a boat. You could definitely take a boat. That actually would be really fun. I don't think I've taken a boat across the whole entire world. That would be really cool. Um, what time will it start? You'll send everybody over to my life. Um, I started this one at 8 p.m. So I'm gonna probably try the same time because I want to give the soap roughly 24-ish hours to set up. Yeah, if you don't know anybody, that's totally. I mean, that's fine. I would just. You can even just. I don't know, like stop a local. I mean, they'll probably not. I don't know, but you could. You could definitely ask around, like when you go to the shops, like just they're gonna know you're tourists and just say, we want to see some of the something like whatever it is you want to see and ask them what the best way is to go about that. They're probably going to have some good suggestions for you. Like if you want to see a park, they can maybe point out a park that's not, because one of the problems with touristy things is that they're full of tourists. Like if you're there and if you want to experience the culture and you want to experience the people, and you don't necessarily want to be where all the other tourists are. Sometimes you do to like see those places, like you want to see those historical buildings or whatever, but then when you're done with that, you want to go and see the actual country, besides just the historical sites. Then I would say, yeah, talk to the people who live there. Just ask one of the shop owners. Just go into a shop and say, hey, we want to see whatever it is you want to see, and then they can point out maybe something a little bit more unique than what everybody else is looking at. Yeah, I think a boat would be a really unique experience too, because not many people take a boat, and I think the reason is just honestly time. Like it takes a lot longer to get somewhere by boat, but you get a much more unique experience, I think. And you could, I don't know, I have no idea what kind of, like you could do a cruise. You could even do a cruise. You can get a cruise out of it. I don't know if there's any cruises that go from here to England, but I'm pretty sure. I mean, especially with COVID and stuff, but maybe after that, I don't know. There might be. And if there is, that'd be really cool, taking a cruise ship all the way to England. That'd be a lot of fun. There's always, if somebody doesn't want to take a plane or somebody doesn't want, I mean, there's always a plan B. The Eiffel Tower is pretty cool. Paris though, Paris is like, okay, now I spent a long time. Okay, so like my information is old, so you may want to look somebody on. But Paris is like a massive tourist trap. So I would say if you want to see the Eiffel Tower, go see the Eiffel Tower. You know, I don't know, maybe visit some of the shops, but then leave Paris. Go to one of the like nearby towns, and it's like a totally different world. Like there's no tourists. People are different just because they're not dealing with tourists all day, and the food is different. Everything's different. It's not going to just be the same old, same old. Also in Paris too, um, you got a lot of like, again, like a lot of tourist traps, a lot of people like trying to sell you stuff that they're selling the same thing that everybody else is selling. So and it's fine to get something like that, like postcards or whatever it is that they're selling. But then you might want to be like, okay, I've got all the normal touristy stuff. Now I want to buy some souvenir that's like an authentic something or another from Paris or from France, and you want to move outside the city for that probably, because, or at least outside the main roads of the city, because that's where all the tourists are, and that's where all the junk all the junk is. And the Eiffel Tower is pretty cool because um, it's a pretty unique structure. I think it was built for the World's Fair. I think. Yeah, I mean, you can see everything. You can like take a boat down the river. There's a lot of like neat things to do there, but it's such a tourist like place because like there's some like there's museums. Like I would recommend the museums. Anything that has anything to do with the history, like historical buildings, historical buildings. Anyways, the anything related to history there definitely worth seeing. But what I mean is like if you're it just depends on what you're doing for the trip. Like if you want to go there and take pictures of the Eiffel Tower and you want to see some old buildings, um, and see some historic sites and things like that. Yeah, it's great for that. But then if you really want to experience what the people are really really like, you or if you want to, it's hard to describe without being there, but basically when I was there you're bombarded constantly by people trying to sell you cheap stuff that they sell to all the tourists. It's like um t-shirts that say I love Paris, or things like that, just like the dumb touristy stuff. But if you wanted to, like, let's say you want to go buy something, you want to experience fashion, like Paris or French fashion, and you want to buy some clothes in France, and you wouldn't do it in Paris, probably, at least not from the tourist shops. You'd have to look really hard to find something that reflected you know like fashion during that time in Paris, or whatever time you visited. But you wouldn't want to go to all the touristy traps because they're just going to sell all the same dumb stuff, the I love Paris t-shirts and things like that. And it's cool to get that stuff, but then once you have it, you might want to experience something more authentic to the country or the culture. You started building a 3D tower, but then you stopped as soon as you started. Was it like a was it an Eiffel Tower? What made you stop building it? Well, I would definitely say that. Oh, you bought it from a craft store a while ago. Well, a lot of times those if it's a project that's going to take a while, you might have to just pace yourself and do a little at a time. Because I know, like for me, if I do a large project, a lot of times it's easier just to do it in pieces. But yeah, if you do just when you do decide to go traveling, just keep that in mind. Like if you're looking around and you're like, wow, I didn't this isn't what I thought it would be like, just go down a couple of streets away from like the main touristy area and it'll be like a completely different place. Just move out of the main touristy area because I don't know. It just like the touristy stuff is fine. It's there's nothing really necessarily wrong with it. It's an experience, but then but if that's not what you're looking for, then you'll be kind of disappointed if that's all you see. So it is good to kind of move past it and you know, the area, move past the area and go visit like, you know, a couple streets down or something, or even the next town over or something, and you'll just see a completely different part. Like, um, I don't know if it's still like this, but when I was there, um, when we drove out of Paris, and it was just like for miles and miles and miles, just sunflowers everywhere. Sunflowers were bloom for as far as the eye can see, hills and hills and hills of sunflowers. And you know, if we hadn't left the city, we would never know that that even existed. And it was just a beautiful part of Paris that, or excuse me, a beautiful part of France that people didn't even, a lot of people didn't even know about. Okay. Yeah, I know it is getting pretty late. I have to I have to finish some work anyhow and got to clean up all this mess. So, but it was great. Thank you so much for, you know, hanging out with us. I didn't know you were going to be popping in, but I'm really glad you did. Yeah, it does. It is beautiful. There are so many, you know, beautiful things to see when you leave all the, I mean, the touristy stuff, some of it is beautiful for different reasons. Like the Eiffel Tower is really cool to see and the museums were awesome, but you know, sometimes, you know, you want to see a little bit more than that. And because that you see that stuff on TV all the time and stuff, it's like I wonder what's just beyond that. I always used to wonder that, and that's, you know, you go on just beyond that, you see so much more. It's really cool. Well, I definitely appreciate all your support for sure. I mean, I like this live blew me away. I didn't expect. I was expecting like one or two people to show up maybe, and so this has been a lot of fun, and it's very encouraging that people enjoyed it. So I definitely want to do it again. Hopefully, I'll definitely be a little little pay more attention to the time. I didn't even realize I had a clock in the corner there on the screen to know how long this isn't going. It's pretty crazy. Hey, love yourself. You made it just barely. Thank you, Felicia. You too. You have a great night. I'll try not to do too much. Yeah, love yourself missed it. We were just talking about her, about the request for the soap design that she requested. So I know I didn't ever think I'd be able to ever keep anybody engaged. Like this is fascinating to me. Like, oh wow, like people actually want to see this stuff. That's fun. Yeah, live yourself. We were talking about how you requested. I remember you requested like the design, the soap design with like the four different scenes, like a panoramic, like four different separate designs. And I was saying how I wanted to do it, but I need to make more soap dough because I'm running out, and I need soap dough to do some of the designs, and some of the colors that I would have needed I didn't have enough of. So um, we were talking about maybe making some of the soap dough in the next live I do Good night, Felicia. But I do want to do that design. I know it was sort of themed maybe closer to Halloween, but I think it would still be fun to do. I still have your comment saved, and I'm going to probably work on that in the next few weeks if I can get the soap dough um, done. There's a lot of like little pieces that have to go into it, and so that's why I haven't had a chance to make it yet. Yeah, me too. I've got to finish cleaning up here, and then I've got some work to do. So everybody just was hanging out and talking, so it went a lot longer than I thought it would. But it's awesome that you showed up. I'm so glad you did. Hopefully, hopefully I'll get my next live going without any problems. I had an issue setting it up initially. It wasn't seeing my camera, so I had to redo it. And I think that not everybody got the notification because of that. Stretch skills, yes. Yeah, I definitely enjoy stretching skills, so that is not a problem. I don't know if it's I mean there are going to be some skill stretchings involved like um the stag with the antlers. I'm trying to decide how I want to do the antlers. And there's a couple different options, and so I'm playing it out in my head, but definitely soap dough is going to need to be involved. Yeah. Yeah, everybody does have issues the first few times and um yeah, but of course I am too great to have issues, so I wanted it to be perfect the first time and that's what happens when you have high expectations for something that's unrealistic. But it worked out in the end, so I'm not complaining at all. It was fun and we got to make the soap and this is what we made. Um, it's this soap here. Everybody picked, they got to pitch in some opinions and ideas, and we made a custom pink color. And we swirled it with a teal and a white. And then this was just the leftover soap dough or soap batter that we put in there. And then this is also sprayed on top with some silver holographic biodegradable glitter. Yeah, it turned out really nice. I can't wait to see the cut. I'm pretty excited about that. And everybody said they wanted to watch me cut it live, so that means I have to do another. Not that I'm complaining, but I have to do another live tomorrow, and to do the cutting of the soap. So that will be sometime tomorrow, but I don't know what time yet. Probably around 8 o'clock Eastern, just because the soap I'd like to let it sit close to 24 hours before I cut it. I need to put it in the oven before I forget too. So that's the next thing I have to do to make sure it gels properly, because otherwise we'll have the ring going through it, which is fine. But so, are you having a good night? You too. Yeah. Have a great night. I'm definitely gonna get off of here and get some get some food and get some things finished. But it was great seeing you on. Hopefully, I'll catch you again soon.